There we are. And I think what I'm going to have to do over here, leave Hey Spence, nice to see you. Guys, please start tapping them likes. Let's get them out there. I need to share this out to Hammy. And he's going to come up here. And we're going to have some good conversations. At least me and him will. Even if our ops are lacking or whatever. Let's see here. I'm going to give of Spencer out of my video ninja. Spencer, it says you're still here. But you're not. At the same time, I don't know, it's being weird. And I've even closed out and came back to my room and it still says you're here. So I guess we're just gonna have Spencer and... What's that?
Is he Schrodinger, Spencer?
I think he's live bombing us. Give me one second. I'm gonna tell you the URL for the video ninja here as we're getting set up.
Are you sending in the DM or are you just gonna tell me out loud?
I'll just tell you out loud. It's the same thing everybody's gonna use. Let me see here. I need to check and make sure our YouTube is streaming anyway. How it should be. Here we go. Hey, Rimblies, nice to see you. Thanks for being here. That will change here shortly. We actually started a little early, so it is https://joyful guest. Let me see here. Pin the message. And as always, Rimbles, thank you for putting that up there so I could pin it there. That is great. Thank you. Let's see here. The YouTube is way more glitchy than even the TikTok is being right now. I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, there's one singular fly in here, and it is driving me nuts. I was trying to find it before it started, and it went into hiding, and now it's back out and about now that I'm on video.
And I am in the thing.
Alright, so can I get a shout out? Eleanor, yes, you can get a shout out. Thanks for being here, Eleanor. And I am doing great. I'm glad to see you over there in the YouTube. Guys, make sure you're giving it a thumbs up. Tapping on that heart over there in the corner by the chat every now and again. And if you would like to become a member, you can become a member of the team. I think it's $2.99 a month. And yeah, you can become a member of the Joyful Apostate team. I appreciate you guys for being there. Make sure that if you aren't subscribed, subscribe. Hammy, do you have a YouTube?
I do have a YouTube. It's under a different name though. It is under the
You cut out real bad. I don't know what happened. You said it's under and then it kind of... Alright. No, now you sound like you're like underwater. Shady, can I get your age and are you a theist?
I am 38 years old and I'm not.
Okay, so what do you have for us today?
Well, I mean, what you say that God does not exist. What are your examples that you can show me that he doesn't exist?
Oh, the logical implications of God can't,
Oh, okay. I see what you're
he
saying.
can't logically exist within in a coherent way. God, the idea of God, the attributes that people give God are illogical. It's the best way to put it.
Okay, I was trying to figure that out because it wasn't like behind your head or anything. So,
Yeah.
so would you say that you believe in like ghosts or paranormal activities?
No, I don't believe in anything supernatural. Hammy
You
might. Hammy, do you believe in anything supernatural?
I do not. I believe in nothing supernatural whatsoever.
So, so have you witnessed anything that is weird, strange, and you can't explain it logically or not logically?
Yeah,
So,
I've had. Oh, go ahead, Hammy. You go.
well, the only thing I was going to say was that I did. The only time I ever witnessed anything that was strange that I didn't think I could explain it was whenever I was a believer. But since becoming an atheist, and I've been an atheist now for 10 years, I haven't seen anything that hasn't been able to be explained.
Do you think maybe since you guys haven't seen anything, it's because you haven't allowed that door to open?
What do you mean?
Like the curiosity.
I don't want to speak for Joyful here, but I know that me personally, I have all the curiosity in the world. It's why I do these things. It's why I talk to people. It's why I try to get other perspectives. Because if I'm going to say that I believe no gods exist, then I better be then uh, understand and what they know.
I see. So if you like, okay, so in my experience, the reason that I believe that God does exist is because of not just a intuition type thing, um, but I've seen things that I can't explain.
Yeah, so I as a child in the house I live in even now because I moved in here after my normal activities I believed happened while I was growing up. But there were growing up. But now it's weird that those things happen, but I don't attribute them to like I hear the same noises, I see the same types of things, but I don't attribute it to that. I attribute it to things that are more rational.
Let's be honest. If you have an old house, what's more likely for the creaking sounds you hear? That there's a ghost of some sort, or it's just an old house that creaks?
So, I can explain to you something that's happened to my husband and it wasn't with an old creaky house. It was a brand new house that we had built. So, when I was younger, I've had some paranormal stuff happen, like, seeing orbs and things like that, you know. But um, my husband and I built our house in 2009. He built it. He did all the work, except like contracting out like concrete or whatever. And we moved in December of 2009 and we were on opposite shifts. So I'm at home at night, he's at work at night. And right at the end of December, early January, um, at nighttime between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, I would hear this banging noise in the opposite side of the house, like in the laundry room, and it was like an Indian burial drum, like bum 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 bum. And it was that type of rhythm. So I would go and investigate. Maybe it's my husband messing with me. Nobody was there, and it's happened a couple times. And I told my husband, and he said, "You're crazy, woman. You need some sleep." But it happened again where like all my pots and pans were strewn out all over the floor. Every cabinet in the entire house was open, and the last time it had happened, it actually happened to my husband because he thought I was crazy. Like I think we disturbed an Indian burial ground or something because we dug our house into a hill, like
So
sperm home.
I do have one question real quick. Did your husband with his own hands build it, or he had it built like
He
somebody,
built it with his
like a
own two
contractor?
hands. The only contractor that we used is for concrete, like IMI or something.
Hmm. Yeah. So the thing is that new houses, even the ones that are built like to the best up to
Oh
code,
yeah, they gotta settle.
nothing
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah, they settle. So the cabinet's opening, it can just be contributed to house
Yeah,
shifts,
but
right?
all the cabinets, like the cabinets on the walls, the cabinets, like every single cabinet, like
Hmm.
every single door and cabinet, I'm sorry, were open. Like that's crazy. And then all my pots and pans in the living room or in the kitchen strewn all over. The last
Yeah.
time
When
it happened, my husband was home because he was off work, and I could hear a buzzing noise in our bathroom. And we have like the his and hers bathroom, cabinets. And
mhm.
I couldn't figure out. It was in the middle of the night. I couldn't see. I don't have my glasses on. And I told him to get up and figure it out. I was tired. And he went into the bathroom to look and see what that buzzing noise was. And he opened up his cabinet, and his Norelco shaver, the button had been crushed into the Norelco shaver, like
Mhm.
crushed. And it wouldn't turn off until we like took the batteries out.
Yeah.
Have
So,
you
oh, go ahead.
have you had any like people come to like look into this for you, like try to give you an explanation?
Oh no, what I did is that I believe in God, and I was always taught at a young age from my grandmother, if you just say in Jesus' name, whatever is bothering you, like the spirit or whatever, you just say go back to hell where you came from, or leave my house and don't come back. And so my husband and I prayed over some olive oil, and then we prayed over the house, and haven't had a problem since.
Hey, olive oil.
So I
Okay,
count that.
so
Why
so I
olive oil? Miss Shady, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I was asking, why did y'all pray over olive oil?
Well, because in the Bible it says, they pray over oil and they anoint things. So I was
Hmm.
anointing my house and claiming it as God's house because I
How
wouldn't have
does
it without God or my husband.
praying over the oil? Who is it that specifically prays over oil?
I don't know. It's just in the Bible, and it's something I heard over my grandma and stuff. So I
Well,
just thought that was a
so
good thing to do at the time, and it
do you know what
worked.
makes holy water holy water?
Prayer, I guess.
But do you know who specifically prays?
Nope, I'm not really or I'm not very educated, like
Oh,
remembering
that's
Bible verses and stuff.
yeah, no, that's a okay. That's fine, perfectly fine. So, whenever it comes to holy water, in particular, Catholics, they get the holy water, and usually it comes from like the religious leaders praying over it, right? So, like for instance, if you're at the Vatican and you see holy water, most likely the Pope prayed over that. But if you go to like your run of the mill Catholic church in your hometown type of deal, most likely they either one or two things are happening. They're getting their holy water from the Vatican, or they have a religious leader that prays over water and makes it holy water.
Yeah, I think
Um, oh, go
that's.
ahead.
I never had like a religious leader. I did used to work at like a convent for nuns, but like I'm a believer in Jesus, and I
Mhm.
believe in that paranormal angels and demons and all that.
Yeah,
And I just went off on faith. That's it.
yeah. gonna go ahead and let Joyful go ahead and tackle this. I don't want to be taking up all the time for him talking to
no,
people.
I'm just
Oh
telling
no.
you my own account. I'm not trying to like woo people over and debate. I'm just like, hey, this happened to me. Just
Oh
saying,
yeah.
I've seen things and I've done things, and this is what has happened.
Yeah, I get that. People have their own personal experiences. I know Muslims that have personal experiences. I know Hindus. I know some just spiritualists that have some like encounters with different entities. Um, and I think they're intriguing stories. They are intriguing. I don't think that there's enough evidence of to make me believe that there isn't a natural explanation. And then my follow up question to you though is when you came up, I asked if you were a theist, and you said no. If you're not a theist, why would you call on Jesus?
Well, I'm not atheist. I'm a Christian. I guess a
Uh,
Christ follower. I believe what the Bible has taught, the history of it. I may
okay,
not agree with all of it, but some of it I do.
okay. So I think there was a miscommunication. I wasn't asking if you were an atheist. I said, "Are you a theist?"
Oh, okay. I hear you
Yeah.
now. It must be the internet connection.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I was just kind of confused once you went into the Jesus stuff. But I appreciate you coming up, Shady. I'm gonna move on to our next guest, but I appreciate you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was interesting. I don't usually get callers like that just have some weird paranormal stuff to insight.
Right. Yeah, I've heard people talk about the paranormal things that have happened to them and stuff like that. It's never usually like one of the reasons that helps them keep their belief or anything like that. It's usually just, hey, this stuff happened to me, and I think it's due to spirits and stuff. But I also believe in the God, just so y'all know. And it's like, oh,
I'm not sure if McKevin, what's your age and are you a theist?
I'm 22.
do you believe in a God?
Are you a theist?
Yeah, but I'm Christian.
No, he's Christian.
I had a question. I heard you guys speaking about evidence, right? I just got a question for you. Do you believe in 100% of evidence and 100% of proof?
Say that one more time.
Can you base your life off 100% of evidence and proof?
It depends on what you.
That's a yes or no. Can you base your life off 100% of evidence or proof?
Again, it depends on what you mean by that.
What do you want about? I'm saying, can you base your life?
So,
Can you base your everyday life off 100% of evidence
Okay.
and proof? Yes or no?
Yes.
That is false. Tell me how.
how is that false?
Because that is not false,
Yeah.
because I go with things that have the most
Yeah.
evidence pointing to it. So if I am basing my life 100% off of evidence, that just means that I go to the things with the most evidence. That doesn't mean that anything has 100% factual truth to it. It just means I always go to the thing with the most evidence.
Wait, can you repeat like the last 20 seconds? I was taking a piss. Sorry. What were you saying?
I'm not going to
Yeah, so... Okay. So I base my life and the things I believe on things that have the most amount of evidence for it. So I can't, I don't think anything has 100% proof. I don't think that you could ever 100% prove something, but I do believe that
So therefore,
everything that I believe. No, the answer to your question is yes, because I base everything I believe off of evidence.
So I believe you cannot prove 100% that you believe my answer is no. How does that logically make sense? You just told me no. You told me you can't.
Because that's why we asked you to clarify your question and you wouldn't, Kevin. We asked you to clarify, and then you're mad because you didn't want to clarify. Just clarify next time.
Hear me out. I'm like,
Because you're being obtuse. You are being obtuse. So listen, we asked you to clarify. You can't be mad at how I answered your question when you refused to clarify.
You just told me you can't live off 100% of proof, but then you just told me no. Like, it doesn't make.
That's not what I said. I said you cannot.
No, that's not what you said.
I said you can. That is not what I said. What I said was you can't 100% prove something, but you can live your life 100% off of evidence.
No, I'm not saying that. But do you base your life off 100% of evidence and proof? Like, are you living your current life?
Yes.
No, you're not. That's illogical. You're not.
How is it illogical?
Hey, let me give you an example.
What?
Okay.
Yep. Give it to me.
All right, you're running a marathon, right?
Hey, what?
Yep.
Hear me out. You're running a marathon, and you see, you're sweating. You see water, right? There's guys holding water. People are holding water, right? And you grab it because you're thirsty, right? Can you 100% prove that person didn't prove anything in that water at that current state? Yes or no?
No, you cannot 100% prove it, but that's not the question you're asking. You are listen, you are saying something that you don't understand that you're saying. What you're asking me is, do I base what I believe 100% off of truth? Or off of evidence? Yes, I do.
That's true. So you can 100% prove that water had no chemicals in it, right?
No, those are two totally different questions.
You cannot live your life off 100% of proof and evidence. You just.
Oh my gosh. You don't know what words mean, okay?
Yeah, I don't know what words mean. Yeah, I'm
Kevin.
an aerospace engineer. I don't know what words mean. Thanks.
You're a neurospace engineer at 21. Yes. You're an aerospace engineer at 21.
I just graduated USF. Yes, correct.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that.
Okay, you can hit me through my DMs, everything. I can show you pictures and whatnot.
Okay, that's...
Hear me out. If you go back so far back in science, we'll talk science. I don't know how educated you are with science.
Oh, I'm fairly well versed in science.
Okay. You go back before energy and matter. What was before energy and matter?
Nothing. They're both eternal.
Are you sure you're educated in science?
Yeah, they're both eternal.
Okay, so before energy and matter, what was it?
Hey, Kevin, what is the first law of thermodynamics? Oh, yeah, you can Google it.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin graduated college, let alone is an aerospace engineer.
Yeah, if he was an aerospace engineer, he would know right off the top of his head what the first law of thermodynamics is.
What's crazy is he couldn't even understand why we needed him to explain the question, and then he was mad because we're taking it as he said it. There he went.
Yeah.
He ran.
The thing is that he said that he's an aerospace engineer. You cannot get an engineering degree in 3 years, my guy. Like that like you have to be like so like I'm sorry, like you have to be incredible, like smarter than like smart to be able to get an engineering degree in 3 years, right? And the thing is that since you couldn't even grasp words, I don't think that you could even come close to being the smartest of the smart.
Yeah, and Justin said he was being perfidious. I think you're exactly right, Justin. He was being perfidious and churlish. Guys, we do not have any guests at the moment. If you are in the YouTube queue, up there at the top, the pinned comment is your way to get into the conversation over on Video Ninja. And then over on TikTok, you guys know how to get in there. Just hit the guest button, and we will have a conversation with you.
Yeah, I always find it fascinating when people they get into these debates and they think that they've got the clincher, the one thing that'll disprove the atheists. Oh, I got it so well, and then they crack fairly easily under questioning.
Yeah, the other day when me and Spencer were live Monday, we had a guy that came up and wanted to go through the cosmological argument, and I asked him to just give me like a brief synopsis of what the argument actually is. And he did what all of our most young guys that say this do, and just basically says, you can't argue against it. And he would not like actually engage in telling me what the actual argument entails, because he doesn't know it. He just hears people say it and they just regurgitate it.
Of course. And that's the thing is, like, I did that. Like, don't get me wrong. This is something that atheists have a problem with too, when they first become atheists. I did the same thing with like the Christopher Hitchens, the Matt Dillahunty's and stuff like that. These quotes, I would just regurgitate them, and then when questioned about it, like I would fall under pressure. And so it took me actually looking into. So it took me actually looking into things in order to be like, okay, this is how I can answer this. Like, you have to stop regurgitating what other people say and actually look into the things that they're saying. So that way, whenever if you do say something along the same lines, you at least can back it up.
Yeah. For sure. Let me go over and check and make sure nobody's on Video Ninja. Nope, it's just me, Radio Spencer, and Hammy still. Because Radio Spencer is still... Is he on your screen? Spencer still... Is he on your screen in there? Or is it just my...
No, I only see you and me.
Okay. Because it's a hang up. I've shut down the app and came back, and he's still there. I don't know what's going on my end.
Radio Spencer, try logging into it, and then exiting out of it, like hanging up the call, and see if that might help.
You got a PhD from TikTok? Nice.
Oh, of course. I got my PhD out of a Cracker Jack box, so you know we're good. We're about even.
Nice. Guys, thank you for being here. Please tap them likes. Let's get up to 15K as quick as possible. And share out the live. Make sure we're sharing it. This is a different account than my main, so we don't get as much traffic. We're trying to build this account because this will be where all of these debates are held. So let's build this account up and get this stream going here. Also, if you're over on YouTube, thank you for being here. Make sure to hit that thumbs up, subscribe, share out the live, too, if you have any friends that would be interested. And also, hit that little heart button a few times for me over there on YouTube, because that also does put us out into the algorithm over there as well.
Yeah, and if you just so happen to be a somebody who has a theist that you absolutely dislike and you want them to come up here, go ahead and send it to them. We'll talk to them. We'll get them even more angrier at you.
Spizen, I don't... It's your logic that's gonna hurt them. Oh, Spizen, why don't you come up in Video Ninja and you can join this conversation? That would be awesome. Other than that, we are still waiting on anybody. Hammy, so, like, how involved... Were you ever, like, super involved in the church?
The furthest I was involved in the church is that I, whenever I get to be older, I, helped the little kids with the vacation Bible school, and I was in a few plays. It wasn't that I wasn't devout to it. I was, but I just wasn't, big into the church that way. I had somebody who I was friends with whenever I was in the church, who he has now become the pastor of my old church.
Are you guys still in contact at all?
We're friends on Facebook. We, every now and then I'll see him post or whatever if I get on there. But I mean, Facebook has become is like Twitter Lite. It's full of a bunch of people saying weird and off the wall things that I'm just like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I grew up Baptist.
Absolutely. Oh, you grew up... Me too.
Oh,
I grew up
Baptist,
and then, like, later on in life, it was, like, Reformed Baptist, non-denominational, but we had the same doctrines as Reformed Baptist. Let's see here. I refuse to believe Facebook is still a thing. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, I don't blame you. I wish I could refuse it as well.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. We are up to... You guys blew through them likes. 18.7k likes. Thank you guys so much for getting there. Just absolutely blew through them.
That is amazing, y'all.
Just keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully we will get some people. Please request up and tell us when you decide to choose hell for eternity. What? I'll send you an invite, I guess. I don't know what that even means.
Yeah, Hutchins. D. Hutchins, come up here and explain that one to us, because I'm a bit confused on that as well.
I don't know if that's a friendly or not. I'm just kind of confused.
Yeah, that was a very confusing thing. But, yeah, no. I grew up Baptist. For a little bit, I went to a Pentecostal church. Hearing people speak in tongues for the first time was wild. But I never truly, believed in the Pentecostal aspects. I was still Baptist at heart. And it wasn't until I was about 25 that I became an atheist.
Right on. I was 30... Well, 2000... I would have been 35... Yep. 35 when I became an atheist. When I officially, I was agnostic, for a year before I was like, yeah, none of this is for me, because I went in a deep dive in a bunch of different religions. And then I was just like, yeah, all of this is just as fucked.
Just as goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I trust me, I understand that completely. I didn't go through many other religions, but I did go through a little bit of an agnostic phase right before I became an atheist. But it was that agnostic that's well, it wasn't even agnostic. I called it agnostic because that's what I thought it was, but it's more deistic, where I believed that there was something out there, I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I guess that would be kind of where I was, is like a skeptical deist.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And the funniest thing is that everything I've learned that I discuss whenever I go on people's lives or do my own lives is basically what I've learned in the 10 years from becoming an atheist. Because beforehand, I was always of the impression, why do I need to know how any of this works? God did it. And I'm not saying that this is every believer. Trust me, there are some believers who are out there who are incredibly intelligent. But as far as I go, I was the believer that was like, why should I learn any of this stuff? Because God already did it. God did this stuff. I don't need to understand any of it.
Yeah. If you are atheist and you are in either the YouTube or the TikTok, go ahead and come on up here and let's have a nothing to live for. Come up here and have a conversation with us. Hammy does not bite, I swear. I made him go through I made him go through a checklist, you don't bite people that come up, things like that. So Hammy's good. Go ahead, come up. D. Hutchins, I don't know why you're so upset in the chat, but you won't come up and talk to us. I don't get it.
Come up here and talk to me. I promise. I'll put on my kid gloves. I won't put on my weighted gloves for you.
He'll be nice. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Keep tapping them like, sharing it out. Thank you guys so much. If you're not following this account, please follow it. And if you know people that follow my other account and enjoy
Justin, if you're into biting, Big Boy, you can come up here. But I'll take a little nibble.
If you know people that follow my other account and have enjoyed my lives in the past that may not know about this account and the lives we're doing now, go ahead and share it out to them. Get as many people in here as we can to kind of get this new show up off the ground here. And other than that, I'll be right back.
I'll keep them entertained. Are a believer, request up, and as soon as Joyful gets back, we'll bring you right on up, and we'll talk all about your beliefs. I won't sit there and say that I'm going to deconstruct you. I'm not going to say that I'm going to turn you away or anything like that. I don't think I have that power. I think only you have that power. And while I think that it would be a good thing for you to do so, I'm not going to say that you have to. But you can come up here and ask questions, and we'll ask questions in return as well. And we'll get to understand your position a bit better than we do right now. And if you are enjoying this so far, go ahead and keep tapping that like button, because we're going to be here until 9:30, and we're going to be discussing all of your beliefs, and we're going to be discussing maybe even each other's beliefs. Maybe we'll have some good times. We'll cry a little. Maybe we'll laugh, have some fun along the way. And maybe we'll find out that the real Jesus were the friends we made along the way. You never know. You never know what's in store. Don't worry, Joyful. I was telling them all that they better behave, or else I'm going to come down and do absolutely nothing because I have no power here.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. He will strike you down with the power he doesn't even have. That's how powerful he really is. I fell asleep while you were gone. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm boring. I'm so sorry for being so boring for you, gay Jesus. I'll try better next time. Maybe I'll be a bit more. Maybe I'll become more pulpit preachery, and I'll be like, "In the name of the no God we believe in, request up." You know, maybe something like that. I don't know.
There we go. That's perfect.
Yeah, or maybe
I'll
put
make
on my
a commercial.
D&D voice. I'll put on my D&D voice.
You could do that too. D. Hutchins, it is laughable that you're crying so hard in my comments, but you won't come up here and talk to us.
Yeah. Is your belief in your God that weak, D. Hutchins? That you can't come up here and, what is it, 1 Peter?
Yep. 1 Peter, it says, give an account to anyone who asks of you, be ready.
Yeah. That
is a command, too. It's said in a command form, so it's not even like a suggestion or you should do.
I feel, yep, 1 Peter 3:15. There we go, Jeff. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like you're letting God down, and you're making Jesus cry when you don't come up here and defend him to us.
Let's see here. Over on the YouTube, thank you guys again for being here. Spizen, you should come up and have a conversation in Video Ninja. It's not hard. You just click on that link up there at the pinned comment, and it will bring you to Video Ninja, or you can type it in your URL, and you don't have to sign up for anything. They ask you for a screen name, and that is it. You don't have to put in your email or sign up or anything. You will be in the conversation.
Yeah. I was able to do it while at work one day. So if I can do it while at work, you can do it while you're sitting there at the house.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not that difficult. And yes, please stop spamming.
Yeah. Apparently I don't have mods in here right this second. I will...
Mods, where are y'all?
We're gonna mute you. Yeah, you're muted for the whole live, I guess. You can come up, you can still guest up and come up and talk to us, but you will not be able to chat any longer. I think Noises is the most...
Justin says I don't have mod powers here.
Oh, that is true. I need to like hook some people up with mod powers. I didn't even think about the fact that nobody would have mod powers here. Like, I think Crystal might be the only person.
You slipping. You're slipping.
Let's see. Yeah, I think. Yeah, there you go. Justin's got the power now. He can crack down if he needs to. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the laughs tonight. You're welcome. We'll still be talking about you once you leave. It's fine.
I'm talking about how your faith is weak. You know, your lukewarm Christians are very, very tiresome sometimes.
Oh, Evan has mod powers too. Evan, thank you for stopping. Justin does have the power. Well, guys, we don't have any callers, so I guess me and Hammy will just talk. What is your best argument against, let's say, well, let's just start off with what's your best argument that God doesn't exist?
So I take it,
or what do you like to run?
I do it on a God by God basis, if you will, because each God claim is different. But if we're talking about the Abrahamic God, just the fact that the way the believers describe him, he just is illogical. The fact that he somehow, if we take the definition of time to be a sequence of events from one event to the next, where it's like that, then in order for God to go from not creating to creating, he has to fall within time, and yet somehow he also created the time. And so how did he both create time and not create time at the same time? And then we have, you know, the actual logistics as far as like the fact that this God has human characteristics that you could sit there and say that there's the entire idea that he has human characteristics because humans, then he is a God. Like, we have a God in the Old Testament that regrets. We have a God that changes his mind. We have a God that doesn't know things. And yeah, he's supposed to be all-knowing. And then when you take into the account of Jesus being supposedly this God as well, and we got the Trinity that people love to espouse, the illogicalness of the Trinity is one way to kind of go off of that. But yeah, there's also the problem of evil. The one that I run the most, though, the one that I talk to people the most about, is that I go after the omni properties and kind of dismantle them. Because if you can dismantle the omni properties, it's very easy to dismantle a lot of other things.
Yeah, I agree. Usually that's what I will do, is ask them about some of the omni properties they believe this God has, and then we'll kind of move from there. Because you're right, there are so many different versions of God that you kind of have to have each individual. Even some Christians don't believe that God knows everything. He knows potential things, and like, so it's very nuanced to each person.
Yeah, one of the things that I always love is that God is everywhere, and yet the hell that people describe is an eternal separation from God. So how can God be everywhere and we are also separated from him, which means he's not there?
Yeah, and it also says that it's going to be in the presence of, they're going to be cast in the lake of fire in the presence of the Son and the angels. So at least Jesus, if Jesus is God, would be there.
Yeah. And the funniest thing is like, I always love the one prompt that I've done that people haven't been able to actually defend properly is that hell is not real, biblically speaking.
Yeah.
Like, even if I would just take a look at the Bible, just the Bible itself, there's no actual mention of hell. The closest you get is Gehenna, which is a physical place here on Earth.
Yeah, it's more like imagery than anything when it talks about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a firm believer in a lack of like torture for humans. I believe that there would be some sort of punishment because Jesus says that some will receive many stripes and some will receive few. And then you have, I think Peter kind of reiterates the same idea. I can't remember where that one's at. But I had this idea that there was some sort of punishment based on the way people lived, but I was a nihilist. I believe that people were just annihilated that didn't believe, and that was their punishment.
They're just gone forever.
Yeah, their souls are killed in the fire.
Yeah. In which case that in and of itself is not too inaccurate to what we believe as atheists, is that our return to nothingness is what's ahead for us. And so, like, if you think about it, besides the fire aspect of it, it's just a return to nothingness. You're just nothing.
Yeah.
No. So, yeah, if there are believers in any of the chats, whether here or on YouTube, that want to prove to us that hell is real, that God is real, that any of this is real, request on up. Go to the Video Ninja if you're on YouTube. And if you're here, request up, so that way you can prove us wrong. Show us how ignorant we are for not believing this stuff.
And you are also welcome to talk to us about we also discuss different, like, social issues within societal issues. Like, if you wanted to talk about the LGBTQ community or something like that, we would be more than happy to discuss that and share our views on that and kind of have a discussion with you on things of that nature. We do not talk about abortion here unless I have a woman on my panel, because I'm a firm believer that we don't need a bunch of men sitting on the internet talking about a woman's rights. That's just my own personal thoughts, and so I don't try to tackle abortion except for showing that the Bible actually does provide abortion as something God permits. So that's the only route I will go with abortion.
The trial of the unfaithful wife. It's always a good one.
Yes, for sure.
But good in a sad and horrific thing. But, you know, just another way that y'all believers who are pro-life, as you call yourselves, actually don't read your Bible.
They do not. And I've noticed that, especially as of recently, like, a lot more of the progressive churches are talking about, like, how abortion didn't even used to be an issue for the church. In fact, the Southern Baptist Convention backed it during the beginning of Roe v. Wade. And so, like, I find that all really interesting, too, that how much people just change, like, the whole religion just changes and makes this huge shift for political reasons, basically.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that the Southern Baptist Convention were behind them. They're like, yeah, we're all for this. It makes me wonder what nefarious reasons they were for it.
Yeah, I'm sure they were knocking people up. They wanted away from not getting caught.
There's that, and there's also the fact that a lot of them are, I mean, let's face it, it's the South. A lot of them were super racist, and they would have been definitely okay with that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Guys, I appreciate you being here again. Thank you. 30,000 likes. We've been live almost an hour. We are going to... Last time we got to 111,000 likes. It looks like we are well on our way to get there and even beyond that today. We only have 26 people in here. I don't understand that with all of 26? What you guys... 26? That's what it says on my screen.
Oh, no. We should definitely get that up.
I don't understand, like, what's happening, considering all the shares, all the likes. You guys are doing an amazing job. I don't know why TikTok is why it's like this. Here we are. It's the same on YouTube. It's slow over on YouTube tonight as well. Usually these are my busy nights, Thursdays. But here we are. If you disagree with the background, go ahead. Request up. Would be appreciated. We really want to talk to you. We want to have a good conversation, and if we match energy, we can be super pleasant and have a long conversation with somebody, or we can match energy. If you're going to be an asshole, we might be a little bit of an asshole back, like our friend Kevin earlier.
And I can guarantee you, I'm a better asshole than you. If you request up here to try to be an asshole, I can guarantee you I'm a better asshole than you.
You're a better ass. Yep, I think I'm a better asshole than most, too. Match that energy, Joyful. Yes, Jermaine, I will match that energy. I appreciate all you guys being here. Everybody and both are doing all they can, engaging in the chat, tapping the likes. I don't know why TikTok we're being just not pushing out very well tonight. I have no idea, but here we are. We're going to make the best of it. Hopefully, since we are lacking in guests, if any friendlies would like to come up and ask a question of Hammy or myself, you could go ahead and do that while we are waiting on guests. I do ask that you keep it brief, but you are more than welcome on Video Ninja or here on the TikTok to request up and ask us anything you'd like to ask, or just an input on the show, like things you would like to see with the show, anything like that. Just come up and, yeah. I'd like to hear from you. I would like to hear from the audience as well when we have these lulls.
Yeah. Come up and tell me why you think I'm wrong. Or come up and ask me what kind of positions I hold on specific.
That isn't the real, is it? Is that the real Joshua Bowen? Thank you for the follow, Dr. Bowen. I appreciate your work.
Oh yeah, Dr. Bowen, he's I've been friends with Dr. Josh for 6 years.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen him on like Thinkers Lives and things, but I don't think I've ever spoke with him, but I do appreciate his work for sure. J Cal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says praise Doug. Indeed, praise Doug. If this in the description, you will see that on YouTube that this live is brought to you and powered by Doug. So there's that. We need to pray to Doug, though, that he gets us out into the algorithm a little bit. Start saying your prayers to Doug that he powers us a little better. Yeah. We don't even have friendlies that want to come up and talk to us, Hammy. We must just not be very friendly tonight. I'm glad this isn't.
I must be super terrifying to everyone.
That's what it is. You should guest up with your main account. I don't have any way to do that. Because I still stream from my phone. I'm going to have to figure out how to stream from my computer, is what I need to do, and then I could do that.
Yes, Tav, that is the real Dr. Joshua Bowen.
I get that. Let's see.
While we have a little bit of time to kill until we get new people in.
Yep.
How familiar are you with who Dr. Josh is?
I know that he has a book about biblical slavery. I know that he's very fluent in that. That's the main thing I know, is that he is very fluent in talking about biblical slavery.
Yeah. So, and since he's not up here to try to stop me from kind of boasting about him, because I like to boast about my friend Dr. Josh, and he doesn't like it. But he's very, very humble that way. But Dr. Josh actually he's got his doctorate in Assyriology, so everything ancient Near East he knows quite well. He has 2-volume books of Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, where he does talk a little bit about the slavery, but he talks about the Old Testament as an overall general statement. And then he actually has his does the Bible endorse slavery book, and it's a very, very comprehensive book about slavery in the Old Testament. He sticks in that area because that's where his expertise lays in. But he knows so much stuff. He's been teaching. He has a seminary thing that he does or seminar thing he does where he teaches people how to read and understand Sumerian.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting indeed.
So he's good. He's good people. Him and
that I see is
Megan.
I see a lot of his videos like where he's taking the calls.
Oh yeah, the bow tie Bible guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I see a lot of those videos as well. I always enjoy them.
His wife Megan runs the Digital Hammurabi, both YouTube and TikTok, and she focuses in on a lot of Mesopotamian area, and she does amazing work. She works with both Dr. Kip Davis and Bart Ehrman.
Right on. There you guys have it. Follow Dr. Josh Bowen for everything you need to know about biblical slavery. If people are interested, twice.
Yeah, he said if people are interested, I'm starting a new course in biblical Hebrew if people are interested.
There you go.
Wants to make sure that if you people are interested, do it.
Guys, we are looking for any callers that are theists or friendlies. Right now, it's just a couple minutes if you're friendly. Come up, ask a question, something like that. But we are mainly looking for theists to come up and let's talk about the background here. Let's talk about we can talk about social issues, science, things of that nature. Let's get into it.
And just so you're aware, people out there, I am in the middle of going to school for computer science. So, if you have science-related things that you want to come up here with, we can talk about that, definitely.
Yes, only request if you are interested.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get up there? Yes, you can get up here. Maybe. Do you not have live access? Let's see.
If you don't have live access, you won't be able to get up here. Here we are. Hello, EU 600.
He's loading.
Oh.
Doesn't look like your internet's going to allow you in, but we'll give it a couple more seconds, and then you can try again. Sometimes the second time's a charm.
Yeah. I've seen it where people have been dropped down, then when they request back up, they almost immediately load in. So
yeah.
We may have to do that for you, EU. Go ahead and try to request back up.
I sent you an invite. Just grab that invite, and you should be able to come up. It will also do that if they request stuff and then they leave the app.
So Joyful. Let's act like the people are not who are here don't know you at all. Let's pretend like we've all had our memory wipes. Joyful, tell us a little bit about your background in religion.
So I grew up with a very religious family. We were Southern Baptist. My parents got saved in a Pentecostal church, but then they quickly moved to Southern Baptist, and we were Southern Baptist for most of my childhood. Once I was a teenager, we moved to more Reformed Baptist church, and that's just kind of where it stayed. But right out of high school, I was very active in college ministry, and then when I was 21, we planted our first church, helped plant our first church with a lead pastor. And I was a youth minister there for a while, and then upon planting a church off of that one, I was an associate pastor for several years. And then we planted one last church, and shortly after the planting of that church, probably a few months, is when I started to see all the problems and started deconstructing. The church wasn't even well established when I was I'm out. I knew at least I could not be an associate pastor anymore at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, once you start going down that slope, it's hard to stay an associate pastor.
Yeah. So I was an associate pastor for about 10 years. Helped plant 3 different churches. 2 of them I was one of the main people in. The first one was a little more, it was a bunch of college-aged kids and a pastor starting a church. So I was very active in it, but it wasn't like the other 2 where it was me and another person planted a church. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. It's one of those things, though, once you start slipping from your belief in your faith, it's hard to get that same gumption that you used to have for it. It becomes very, very difficult to even want to go to church, because once that starts slipping and you start leaning more towards atheism, you start seeing how terrible the believers are. You start seeing how terrible the church is. You start, even if they do good, you see, because I don't know about your Baptist thing, but for me, being Baptist, it was everyone was kind and polite, but then behind closed doors, it was always, did you see what Becky was wearing today?
Mm-hmm.
That's not very Christian of her.
Yep.
And so it's that judgmental stuff that happens, and then just the downright cattiness of it. And being in Texas, it's the cattiness, but it's covered up by the sweet, sugary language at the same time. For instance, if you miss church one Sunday, the very next time anybody from the church sees you, they'd be like, "Oh, we're so sorry, we didn't see you in church on Sunday. What happened? Where were you?" And it's a way for them to get that information, so that way, if what they can do is they can spread it around, Margaret, she told me that she wasn't in on church on Sunday because of XYZ. Can you believe it? It's a shame. She comes from a good Christian family.
Yep. There was a lot of that for sure. We were, growing up, I was a lot more, we were a lot more coddled like kids. We were homeschooled. All 12 of us were homeschooled, and we weren't allowed to hang out at anybody's house. Besides the pastor's kids, we were allowed to hang out with them outside of our house. But other than that, we weren't allowed to even meet people that were worldly or whatever. So it's kind of indoctrination on a whole new level because it was really like all I knew.
Oh, thank you, Kaiser. But yeah, I get it. My aunt homeschooled us, and
Level.
on top of that, she had a church, including the pastor's daughters, and we all were very close knit that way. We like all of my friends, whenever I was younger, were people from the church or the people from my neighborhood. But a great part of my life was the church, and that's not even like being like real big into like becoming a pastor or anything like that. It was just everyday life had some like we were very close with the church.
Yeah. No, we were very much in church every time it was open. I remember like very young. I talked about this a little one night when we were doing because once a month we do Pride Night on my main account, and talking one time about like the first time it impacted me, like religion against like me being bisexual, and what it was is there was literally, when I was younger, but the youth group, they would do, my brothers were in it, and they would do the F-slur barbecue week. And they would like literally like talk about the atrocities of being part of the LGBTQ, basically.
That's... Yeah,
like, it was literally called the F-slur barbecue at our church. Like, yeah. So, there was a lot of problematic things with how I was brought up.
Tav did ask me in the chat, by the way, Hammy, what's I'm pretty sure 7-day creationist? So how do they differ from a Protestant or Catholic? So, I don't know of a 7-day creationist. I do know 7-day Adventist. 7-day Adventists, the way they differ from other belief systems, is they bite the bullet and they say that there is no free will, that everything is predetermined, that like, for instance, whether I'm going to heaven or hell has been already determined way before I was even born. And so there's nothing I can say or do in this life that will change where I'm going, because God is all-knowing. He knows everything. He knows I'm going to hell or heaven, and therefore he will not, like, there's nothing I can do to change that. I could become the best person in the world. I could become the best Christian. I could sit there and turn around right now, become a Christian again, and be the best, and I'm still going to be wherever I'm going to end up at. If you're talking about young Earth creationists, that's a bit different. Young Earth creationists are biblical literalists. They mean that everything in the Bible is literally true, and that the Earth is only 8 to 10,000 years old. Hello, God is love. Is he loaded in?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Or they? Oh, hello. You said no. No to what?
Yeah, I was saying like...
Oh, well, before we do that, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, 30.
30, awesome. So, what are you saying no to?
Oh, no, I was like, God doesn't send you to hell.
God doesn't send me to hell.
No.
So, alright, so are you one of the people that say hell is not a punishment? Or do you believe that hell is a punishment?
Well, you send yourself there, it's all up to you. It's just like, let me give an example, kind of like...
Yep.
School?
There's going to be a problem with this, though. You're going to have to say Jesus is a liar because Jesus says that it's God punishing them. Do you know what a punishment is?
Just call it the same thing as a spanking or sent to your room?
Yeah, it's an intentional thing that you set as a repercussion. So people aren't setting themselves there. God is. It's an intentional thing done to somebody.
Yeah, think of it if we're because well, I know that Christians love to use the whole entire courtroom aspect. So think of it like this: we are the defendant. God is the judge. Now, yes, I do whatever on this earth, and God sits there and basically looks it all over, and then He sits there and says where I'm going to or not. Now, I'm not sending me there. God is doing that. I'm just, because of my actions, He sits there and looks at it, and He decides whether or not my actions are bound for heaven or bound for hell. And He says, you can go, that this is where you're going. I don't send myself there, because even if it were up to me, if I am wrong and God is real, and I do go before Him, even if He sits there and says that, oh, your actions require you to go to hell, I'm not sending you there, because if it were up to me, I would just say, no, I'm going to be in heaven, and then be in heaven.
Well,
But He's the one that's sending me there, because He is the one that's in charge of that. So He sends me where I'm going.
well, if you choose not to believe, and if you choose not to follow Him, not to have a relationship with Him, you pretty much, just like if you choose not to obey your parents, and let's say if you're 9 years old, if you choose not to go by your parents' rules, say you, let's say you've been sent to your room, that is your fault. You got sent to your room, and you guys think that is your fault. That's not.
Yeah, did you notice how you said you got sent? Not you
Yeah.
sent yourself to your room?
Yeah, it's your fault you got sent there. It's your fault. It's all what.
Yeah,
it's
it
all
can
what
be
you
your
did.
fault, but you aren't
Yeah, you
sending
sent
yourself to your
there.
room.
Yeah, so
That's all
God's...
because of what you did.
Yeah, but God is the one that chooses to do that to you for what you did.
Yeah. So like the thing is like I get the whole entire idea that actions lead to consequences, right? Where if let's say I'm just the worst human being on earth, there and I'm wrong that and God does exist. I'm the worst human being on earth. I slaughter, people. I schmaughter people. I do all these different things, right? I do all the stuff that God would say that's a no-no. Yeah, those actions that I did on this earth, the consequences are that I get sent to hell. But I didn't choose to go there. I didn't choose that. If it were up to me, I would still go to heaven. But God chose it for me because of my actions. So it's still Him sending me there. It's just that it's whether or not Him sending me there is justified or not.
This is why I stopped going into religious battles, because they're the hardest thing to. We'll just have to agree to disagree.
I mean, we can agree to disagree, that's fine. But the thing is that I think that this is more like you're disagreeing on semantical issues, and that's fine. We can get into the semantics if you'd like, but...
You know you are right, and I know I am right. That's how it is.
Well, hold on though. Was Jesus wrong when He called it a punishment?
No, he's not wrong.
Okay, is a punishment and a consequence the same thing?
I got the consequence. Yeah.
No, they literally are not the same thing.
I had to think about it for a second. Okay.
All right, so punishment versus a consequence. A consequence, punishment seeks to inflict pain or retribution, while consequence aim to teach and promote learning. God isn't teaching you or promoting any kind of learning, because It's over. You don't get to learn after that point, do you?
Hold on, come again?
What I'm saying is it's not a consequence. It isn't just something that happens from your actions that is going to teach you anything, and also it isn't going to be just a natural thing that happens because of what you did. God makes the choice. Do you agree with that? To send me to hell for not belief?
Yeah, he does make the choice.
Okay, so it's not just a natural consequence. It's God wants to send me to hell for not believing.
Well, punishment for us, but it would kind of sound like I said, because of what we did here. It's all to
Okay.
us.
Let me put it this way.
Okay.
If I
told
have
you
a
to lose the
pew-pew,
battle.
so let's say I ask you, God's love. Let's say I ask you, A or B. I don't give you any context. I just say A or B. Which one do you choose?
Is this so A or B?
A or B. Yeah. Which one do you choose?
I don't know what it means, but I'm just gonna go say A.
And let's say I pulled out a pew-pew and you're gone now. What did you learn from that? Or can you learn anything from that now? Now that you are no longer in existence?
I don't know what you're going with this.
So the thing is that Joyful said that what a consequence is that you haven't the opportunity to learn. You learn from whatever mistake you made, and you try to do better. So, if I pulled out that pew-pew and you're just gone, do you learn anything?
Yes.
No. What do you learn? You're gone. You don't exist anymore.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That part.
So, now, let's say that I said A or B, but if you choose the wrong one, you get pew-pewed. Now what do you do?
Or you could say neither.
Yeah,
nah.
Because the thing is you know now from the previous example that there's something on the line here now, and so you sit there and you think that you kind of have to think that choice out, and you have to sit there and not do anything. That would be consequence. Now, what's being done here is God is doing the first one where he just says A or B, and then pew-pew, because of the fact that we chose wrong in this life. And so, because the thing is like, you can sit there and say that he sent, he has a message for us and yada, 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 but the problem is that message isn't all that clear. And you can say that it's not by his fault because of the fact that it's man who wrote all this down, all that good stuff. And that's fine, but the message isn't clear. We don't know exactly who and what we're supposed to do and who we're supposed to become. But just for the fact that I don't believe, which I don't believe I can choose to believe or not. My choices are made by what convinces me. If it doesn't convince me, I can't just choose to believe it.
Okay.
So if I believe, if I'm not convinced that A is true, I cannot believe that A is true because I'm not convinced by it. So, if the consequence here would be if we went up to heaven and God said, it's unfortunate that you didn't choose to believe in me, so I'm going to give you another chance type of deal, right? But what he does instead is he punishes us. He says, you didn't believe in me, so now it's time for you to just never be able to learn from your mistakes. That's why this isn't a consequence, this is a punishment. And that's why him doing it to us is the more accurate terminology than we do it to ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the whole point. Is it's just important that Christians like to make it seem like take God out of the equation. Like he's not the bad guy. He's not doing it. You're doing it. But at the end of the day, God chose what the consequences were. God wanted the consequences to be that. God didn't want to just forgive people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you make it seem like all the Christians are bad and stuff.
Oh, I don't think all Christians are bad. No.
Now, I do believe there are some bad Christians. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, some people.
As a matter of fact, the majority of my family are all still Christian in some way, shape, or form, and I love them to death, and I think that they're great, they're amazing people. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm going to be spending time with my family, the Christians. My oldest sister comes onto my lives from time to time, and she is a die-hard believer.
I think some of them can be. What does it say? It says in the Bible, "Do not judge," right? And what do they?
Judge not, lest ye shall be judged.
And what do a lot of them judge? I disagree with the LGBT community, but I don't judge them. Like I respect them. I'll be nice to them. I just disagree. But they will.
Well, what is it that you? If Joyful is okay with it, what do you disagree about the LGBTQ community?
That's not. We're not talking about that right now, though. But my point is, though.
Well, why not?
Because I'm not.
There's no judgment here. I'm just curious on what it is that you disagree about.
And then I'll tell you. And I see a lot of Christians. They kind of go extreme on them, and they're just rude in their faces. Some of them want to spit in them, push them. Yes, I work at concerts. I've had transgenders at me. I've had gay people at me while doing ticket taking. Yes, I'm very nice to them. Especially I worked Kesha this week. A lot of them there. Chapel Rome. Yep. Very nice people.
I was I'm glad that you don't show hatred towards the members of the LGBTQ community. I really am, and the reason why is because whenever I was a believer, I was very much against it. I was never told to hate them. I was always told love your those people who are like that. But ultimately, no, they're going to hell.
You shouldn't hate them.
And so, go ahead.
Hammy brings up a good point. If we could refrain from using transgenders and just saying transgender people, transgenders is kind of like calling people in the black community.
Oh, calling them blacks.
Yeah, it's kind of seen as the same thing. So let's try to keep from doing that.
My uncle, he's a racist. He calls them that.
Yeah. But so I honestly believe that if with TikTok, I don't think I can say that word. But a person who a man who likes other men, I believe that if one of them touched me, I would get that, right? I'd become that. That's how I was as a believer. And it took a lot of time for me to deconstruct that. Because even whenever I was an atheist, I used to do the whole entire attack helicopter jokes and thought I was just so hilarious. Look at me not understanding shit. Ha ha ha! I'm so funny. But the thing is that I had to sit there and understand, fall back to why was it that I was that way? Why did I do these things? And so I'm glad that you are a believer who isn't like that, that you sit there and say you disagree with them, but you don't outwardly hate them. But I'm still curious on why it is that you disagree with them.
Well, Well, the trans thing. Sorry, transgender people. I'm sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't make sense to me. And also like the LGBT, I believe it's men and women.
Yeah. So the thing is that like let's stick with the transgender people one for a second. You said that you don't understand it, but does not understanding it mean that you can't agree with it? Like agree that these are people who deserve rights, that deserve to be treated with respect, and things like that.
These are people that should be treated with respect. Yes, they should.
Yeah. So whenever the thing is like I can guarantee you, when I get to be older, I'm 35 now. When I get to be in my 50s and 60s, there's going to be some new thing that people do that I'm not going to understand. I'm not going to be able to figure out what it is because I'm already that grouchy old man without the old part, right? So, being that grouchy old man now, I know that when I hit my 50s and 60s, I'm just going to get grouchier. But just because I don't understand it doesn't mean that I can't. Yes, Emmy, I do know being transgender isn't new. I do know that. But just because I don't understand it doesn't mean that I can sit there and be like, well, I don't just sit there and treat them as just being silly kids. They're just confused, things like that. No, the thing is that transgender people are who they say they are. And just if you want to understand them, it's better to learn from them than to just be like, well, I don't understand it, and then just move on.
I have one that works at work. I wasn't sure, and I was afraid to ask her because I was afraid that I would get she would report me, or he.
No, if you come at them sincerely, and they see that you're being sincere,
it was just me.
People, they're still people. They're still people, and they understand that there's not everybody who's going to understand it right away, and so they tend to be patient. And the transgender friends of mine that I have, I thank them greatly for the fact that they take that time to be patient with me. So that way, when there's something that I don't understand, they take the time to be patient and teach me about it. So that way, I'm not speaking from ignorance.
You can tell I'm a patient person, right?
I think it's hard to tell from one conversation if somebody's patient.
That's understandable.
Just really quick, I don't normally bring up other friendlies during these lives, but Emmy wants to just like say something about the trans thing, and I think that's fair since the trans thing came up, and they are trans, so I think it's fair to let them speak.
Hello there.
Hey folks, my name is Emmy. JA, I have actually been watching you for a bit. Is this your main account though?
No, I don't. I'm not going to be doing most of my lives on there anymore. It's
Okay.
had so many strikes and stuff. It's on the verge of permanent ban. So
Gotcha.
we're kind of here now.
I actually got banned on my main today because I had a a transphobe come up, or he was in the comments, and I was getting kind of frustrated. And I told him that if he was this obsessed with me, if he can find it, he's welcome to find my my spicy page and pay me. But
I love that.
like and then they bananaed me for that. But anyways, just so y'all know a little bit about me, I'm 38 years old. My pronouns are she her. And I'm a former third generation Pentecostal minister, turned atheist. So yeah, I think this will be a good conversation. My thing on on this app is to educate people. About being transgender. So I'm just curious, when you say that you don't believe or agree with us, I'm curious what you mean by that.
I'm trying to be as nice as I can.
Yeah, look, we can just be cordial and kind. I'm not gonna get like I match energies. You stay chill. I'll stay chill.
Oh,
And I'll
I,
just answer the questions honestly, scientifically and
Yeah,
biblically.
yeah,
usually
and
I've
God's
been
just
known. Sorry,
don't
go.
don't be don't be nervous, because here's the thing. Most people have the thoughts about this that you do because they're just uneducated on it. And so that is what she has come up to do, is try to give you a little more like understanding of who she is as a trans person.
I just don't see how a woman can be, or should I say, a girl can be born with the penis, and a boy can be born with a vagina.
Sure. So, I mean, and that's very valid. Most people don't understand it because it goes so much deeper than just what we see on the outside, right? And so it has a lot to do with things in fetal development. So, do you know? So I'm sure you know about XY and XX chromosomes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, did you know that that's actually not the primary determination as to whether or not you end up with the male parts that you end up with?
I've heard people on TikTok say that there's more.
Yeah, so it's called the SRY gene, and
Yep.
depending on whether it attaches to the Y chromosome or not, that's how it determines whether or not you end up with the body parts that you end up with. And what happens in the second trimester is that there's a wash of hormones that comes over someone, and like a second wave of it, and that's when the brain sex, the actual like the sex of your brain, not just the phenotypical sex traits, actually develops. And so if there is a difference in that hormone wash, right, you end up with a brain that develops as in my case as female, and a body that develops as male. And this is evidenced in the fact that we have studies where we've done brain scans of transgender individuals, and we found that and what they found is that our brain structures actually more closely resemble the sex that we align with. So, for instance, things like cortical thickness and gray matter versus white matter percentages, and all of these different things. Actually, my brain would look more like a what you would expect to be a female, right, than it does a male. And so we grow up in bodies that don't align with our brains, and it causes a lot of distress. And so it's not something where there's any sin involved in it or anything like that. It's simply a difference in fetal development. And so we end up, and this is how we end up, right? And so, I grew up I didn't come out until 2 years ago, maybe. And I started hormones in November. So, um, it was very difficult growing up like that, but ultimately that's what it comes down to, and we can't really fix that in the brain, right? Like, you can't go in and rebuild someone's brain to structurally be different, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they've tried all kinds of stuff over the years. I mean, we've been around since forever. In fact, the Talmud, which is ancient Jewish law and text, actually recognizes 8 different gender identities, including people who were assigned male at birth and became female through medical means, and vice versa. Female to male. So we've been around since the beginning of time, and it's not something necessarily that's new, but the thing is, a lot of people don't understand it, and it's not really about like defying your God, right? It is really about being exactly who we were born as. And we can't really change the brain. Actually, one of the things that I do is I collect antiques and oddities. I don't know if you know what that means, but like curiosities and morbid things. I collect taxidermy, bones, occult materials. I also collect antique medical tools. And one of the medical tools that I have in my collection is one that they used to try to fix transgender people, which is a lobotomy pick.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's they used to lobotomize us. They would do, electroshock therapy and all sorts of conversion therapies. And I actually just saw a video on here recently on this app of a transgender woman who went to conversion therapy. And have you ever seen the movie Has anyone ever seen the movie A Clockwork Orange?
No.
Ooh, be careful if you watch it. So Malcolm McDowell is the main, it plays the main character in it, and it's this it's a Stanley Kubrick movie. So it's really incredible, but it's very violent. Um and he is part of this gang that commits what they call ultraviolence, and they go around doing the most absolutely disturbing gross things. And he ends up they try to fix him by hooking him up to this chair that gives him shocks, and they clamp his eyes open and they make him look at a video screen, and every time he is shown things that would make his very sick brain happy, they would shock him. And it didn't end up fixing a darn thing. And this is actually what this person who went through, whose video I was watching recently on TikTok was talking about, is that they went through this. This is how they used to try to convert people from being transgender or even being gay or lesbian, is they would actually show them videos of things that would give them pleasure, and then they would shock them with very painful shocks to associate that with pain. And it's never worked, ever. So, I mean, I kind of went on there for a little bit, but I'm curious if there's any questions or, or what you think of that.
Well, is there any of this, or I can look up, because I'm gonna forget about what you said.
Oh
I
yeah, I mean,
apologize.
absolutely. There's plenty of stuff online, but there is also a creator on this app I always recommend. Her name is Lainey. I will put her name. I'm watching on my computer from my main and talking to my backup here. So from my computer with my main, I will put. And you're welcome to follow me too. Once I get my live access back, I do want to do more of these things. In fact, today I just went live with the caption, "I'm transgender. Ask me anything." So I'm putting their name in sorry, that's not it, hang on. Defenestrans. It's a play on defenestrate, which means to throw someone out of a window.
Okay.
Um,
That's right.
and so, yeah, Defenestrans, Laney. They go live just about every day, and their whole topic is, do you have a question about trans people? And you can literally listen. You can go up and ask questions. You can ask from the comments. But she is a non-binary trans femme person, so she was assigned male at birth. And uses primarily they pronouns. I kind of go back and forth, which I really should focus more on using they for them. But they're incredibly knowledgeable, way more than even I am. But I do my best. So
What is non-binary anyway?
so non-binary would be someone who doesn't identify as either male or female, or identifies as both. It's kind of an umbrella term for folks like that, as well as folks who would be gender fluid. It's in many ways it's a lot about like gender expression, and also about just the sense of what we mean by gender being social, right? So like one of the things when I talk about it being a social construct is I'll tell you the gotcha question that everybody that has a problem with trans people always tries to come at me with is, well, what's a woman? You can't define a woman. Well, a woman is an adult human female, which is a biological state that can also be experienced socially, right? Like being a woman or being a man is a social experience, is it not?
It's not. It is.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, and it's also a biological state, right? An adult human of one or the other gender or sex, right?
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Bless you.
Excuse me. What?
So it's both something that you experience culturally and societally,
Oh yes.
right? But it's also a biological state, and so
Yeah.
our and so like our brains are part of our biology, so there's that, right? So it is very much a biological thing. But when we think about like it being a social construct, would you agree that age is a social construct?
Yes.
Perfect. So when we talk about what about being a man or a woman is, it's an adult human male or human female, and so then we have to look at what is an adult, right? Because are you in the United States as well?
Yes.
Because here we consider it not 18, right?
Excuse me.
We consider it 18, right? In the United States being an adult.
Yes, but I think it also depends on the state, because in some states you're allowed to be get married under 18.
Right, but you also can't do certain things under 18 in some of those states, like smoke or drink or,
Yes.
do other things, right? And then you look at
Hmm.
other countries where it's 19 or 20 or 21. Let's be honest, Matt Gaetz thinks it's 17, right? And then there's a lot of Republicans right now that believe that a 12-year-old girl who got pregnant by her when her father raped her is ready to be a mom, right? So like there's all of these different definitions of what it is to be an adult. And so that's a social construct. And so when we're talking about it in that sense, non-binary people really, I'm not as familiar with the brain structure things, but a lot of times it's about the parts of that culture that they really identify with, right? Um, and how they want to express themselves and be seen by the world. And so for me, as a trans woman, I just want to be seen as who I am. And I want to be able to look in the mirror. This is the big thing. I want to be able to look in the mirror and see on the outside who I am on the inside.
I I treat pretty much. I told someone actually, I think it was the last concert or the concert before. It was a crazy concert while I was doing ticket taking, and a whole bunch of LGBT people, a whole bunch of less straight people though. But um, I said it's been a crazy night, and but I always treat people the way I want to be treated, unless I mean like you should. That's how I just feel like you treat people the way you want to be treated, unless they are not treating you right. I mean, like I have a coworker,
Right.
I flipped him off I think 3 times last time.
Um,
But the thing,
God,
he is though he has some beef with me. He's part of the LGBT community, but I don't know what I have done to piss him off though. But
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. I honestly, obviously, don't know you. But things like, saying things like less straight or calling people transgenders, things like that. Even if they're smaller, it's not something that you make a big deal of, or it's something that just slips once in a while. Um, when we hear those, like I'll tell you, I have coworkers who I overhear saying other little things, and instantly I know that they're not okay with me, and
yeah,
it
I was gonna
sticks.
say, don't trust you. Don't want you near them. They don't want you touching them. Don't want you breathing on them. They don't want you in their bathroom.
Right. Well, I mean, and it's not even gone that far. It's literally just
Oh, no, I'm
folks
sorry.
who no, like seriously, it's just literally folks who like, when I talk about my experience and I don't go crazy with it, right? Like I don't do what I did earlier on my live where I tell someone that if they can find my spicy page, they can follow me, right? It's like if they're that obsessed, right? I don't say that to my coworkers. But it's like little things where they just drop like something little, or when I'm talking about my experience, they just kind of look at me a little strange or are hesitant to respond, or their eyes kind of dart away from me. Sometimes it's even just things about who, like the kind of things that they believe that they've mentioned, that I go, you might not be a safe person for me to be around, right? I've heard the way you talk about other people according to your faith or according to these things, or I've heard the things you say or the things that you believe or who you voted for and all these things that I go, you're probably not the safest person for me.
Are they guys?
So actually, though, no. Believe it or not, well, there's a few. There are a few guys. There's especially two, but then there's also like two women that I work with that also do these things. One actually told me to my face in a meeting with a manager that they refuse to use my pronouns according to their religion because it's against their religion. Luckily, I work in probably the most accepting company in the country when it comes to this stuff, and my manager said straight to her, "That's not going to fly here. That's not how we do things. You're going to respect your coworker, or we're going to have another talk." Um, so, look, it's really quickly. I don't want to take up all of Joyful's time here or all of your time, but I will say too, like when you look at the Bible, right? Because I mean, this is kind of like what we're talking about, right? Um, is when you look at the Bible, there's nothing in it about trans people.
No.
There's not a single verse, right? And most of the verses that have to do anything with any part of other part of the LGBTQ spectrum are wildly either misinterpreted or were entirely different thing meant to be entirely different things, or they're stories that are told and twisted that way, right? And so like especially when it comes to trans people, we're not in there. There's nothing that says anything. There's nothing that says anything about you also then would have to recognize that there's three scriptures typically that I like to talk about with this. So one is that God created man and women in his image, according to Genesis, right? So that means that if both men and women are created to be like God and look like God and act like God and think like God, means God is non-binary, right? Because God has all of those attributes wrapped up into one. The next one would be there's a scripture, and this is just dumb that people even try to use this. I forget exactly where it is. I believe it's Old Testament, where it says that a man should not wear women's clothes, nor should a man that a man should not wear women's clothes, nor should a man wear nor should a woman wear man's clothes, for God finds this detestable. Which is really just all about, you know, how to act within the land of others, right? Like they do this, so don't do this. There's a whole bunch of stuff apart in this land, right? You're not going to act like these things because I want it to be obvious. You're not going to tattoo yourself because here's how you're going to tattoo yourself because I want it to be obvious. They do that stuff. I want it to be obvious that you're here for me and all this stuff. But clothing has no gender and it has nothing to do with your actual brain and your body, right? And then the other one would be, and this one is just really fun because I get into a lot of these atheist debate live spaces. I actually co-hosted with Born Again Atheists for like 4 hours a few weeks ago. And a lot of folks like to argue where it does condemn slavery. And the only scripture that Christians are often able to point to is the one in the New Testament where it says that that under Jesus, because of Jesus, there is no slave nor free, nor man nor woman, or Jew nor Gentile, right? And so that is really talking about how there's this hierarchy that was built does not exist when it comes to who God cares about, who God loves, who God came for, you know, right? And so, but if they are willing to twist it to fit the scripture or to fit the idea that somehow condemns slavery, then they also have, because it says that that now under Christ there is no slave nor free, then they also have to admit that there is no such thing as man or woman because it also says that. So ultimately, those are like really the only three places, unless we wanted to get into eunuchs, which is a totally different thing. That
Hammy,
like
what if I
it's
want
a.
to cherry pick?
I mean, listen, you can cherry pick. I'll rent the cherry picker for you, and I'll hold the basket if you want to toss them to me.
Well, guys, I appreciate the
Anyways,
conversation. We are going to try to move on and get a
yep,
new guest up here. God's love, I'm pretty
absolutely.
sure you've been up here before and you were very lovely then, too. That
Who?
was when I was doing shows with Crystal on my other channel. I do believe I've talked to you before, and you were lovely then as well. You have a wonderful night, and I hope that you do go and research some of this stuff.
Oh, are you
And
talking to me?
yep.
Oh,
Bye.
sorry. I have my I have my mute down, my volume down a little bit.
Oh, right on. Well, have a great night, man.
You too.
Joyful, thank you for letting me up. I'm going to drop as well, but I
Yeah, for
appreciate
sure.
it.
Thanks for coming up and kind of clarifying some of that. I think that was very educational.
Awesome. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Have a great night.
Yeah, honestly, if it was left up to me, I would most likely end up butchering it in some way, shape, or form because, well, since I'm not a member of the community, it's very, very hard to keep everything straight in my head from all the stuff because it's funny whenever we talk to certain believers, we almost have to become experts in every single field known to mankind because if not, they're going to be like, it's hard to kind of keep all the information straight in your head whenever you go to talk about certain things, and I most likely would have ended up butchering it.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of times, with me when I'm discussing those things, I try to be very careful because I don't want to misspeak and speak on the side of a community that I am not a part of, if that makes sense. So it's just like when I'm talking to Christians, it's different because I have been a part of that community. I have been a part
Right.
of being an evangelist and all those things. So it's a little different for me in that regard. But I do still like talking about it, and I have done a lot of studying into it. I just think that somebody that's actually a part of it, that's deals with it every day, that lives that life, is going to have a better. I can do all the studying in the world, and they're going to have a better understanding than I do.
Exactly. And it's the same thing. I agree 100% with that. It's like, I can be like, I think that there is a place for people like us who are not members of the community, but who are like us who are not members of the community, and help those who don't, who aren't advocates, at least not yet, I should say. But we should always do that with somebody who is a member of the community there with you. So that way, whenever you slip up, they can come in and say, no, 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 hold on. Let me correct you here. And then you just got to be able to accept the correction because, I mean, we are human. To err is to human, after all.
You want to err as little as possible, for sure. Guys, thank you for being here. We got 50 people over there in the YouTube. Please, if you have not yet, hit that thumbs up, share out the live over there on YouTube, and click that heart every now and again over there in the corner. Anything you do, write just random words into the chat. Everything you do to interact with the live, the statistics go up, and it pushes it to more people to come check out. So please do all of them wonderful things. Same on TikTok here. If you type in the chat, do random words. It doesn't matter. Just go with the live and or interact with the live because it helps. Never err. Yeah,
Never err.
Holly says she never errs. Nothing like a wife to let you know that she is never wrong.
Right. But you'd asked me earlier if I'm on the YouTube, and I didn't tell you exactly my name over there because my name's not the same here, because over there it's Frustrated Atheist. That's who I am over there. I've went by that name since I started my YouTube channel. Then I stopped doing anything with it, and I still plan on going back to it eventually. But right now I am in the middle of moving and things like that. So before I can get back into that, I've got to get that all done and taken care of. I started. The funniest thing is that the very first live on TikTok I ever came on was Thinkers Live. And the reason why is because I was over on YouTube, because I had a TikTok for both my YouTube stuff and a personal TikTok just for me. The Hammy was the just for me one. But I was over on YouTube searching through the shorts that were on there, and Thinkers Live came up, and at that time she was just fairly new to the double casting. And so there's like 15, maybe 20 people in there. And so I was like, you know what? I'll stay in here and chit chat. Well, then they started talking about DNA looking like code, and I'm like, that's funny. I'm actually in computer science where I'm learning how to code, so I think I can speak a little bit about that and how that's not actually correct. And so she's like, yeah, you can come over here where she's like, I haven't gotten a way to get people on the YouTube over, but if you want, you can join us over on TikTok. So I got on my account that's tied to my YouTube stuff, but I couldn't get up there because it didn't have live access yet. So, but I did on my personal account. So I went up there on my personal account, and then I just started doing everything on my personal account, and here we are now.
Right on. Right on. Is it Frustrated Atheist? It has like a pig with
Yes.
Okay. Yep. I just subscribed. Nice. Me at one point dropped. It showed. Yeah, somebody was using a clicker, and so it took away a bunch of the likes because it recognized that they were not actual clicks. It will do that.
So if you want to use a clicker, make sure you do it at the speed of a normal human finger.
Yes. And move it around every now and again probably would help.
Yeah, that might help.
But yeah, I've had that before where like I shoot up to like on my screen it still just says 40.2 thousand likes because and it never dropped back down. It just stays there no matter how much you guys like until you get past it.
It shows on my screen that you're at 40.2K as well.
Thanks for all the likes though, guys. I do appreciate whoever was clicking the likes with the clicker. You were trying to push out the live and I do appreciate that. It's just sometimes TikTok does recognize it and other times they don't. I was wondering earlier how you guys got up so quick. That was like crazy. Polly says it says 61.5 for him.
Whatever the likes are at. Whatever the likes are at, keep on liking to make sure that we do get boosted out there to the algorithm. And also share. I hear the rumor is if you get it out to 100 shares, it also boosts us out to the algorithm. So if you want to share as well, that'd be just fine and dandy.
If you are over in YouTube, up at the top of the screen, there is a pinned comment. If you are a theist and you would like to talk to me and Hammy, all you have to do is click there on the URL or type it into your URL. Excuse me. And join the conversation. You don't have to sign up for anything. It will ask you for a username and then enter the room and you are in. No need to give email or anything. It's a very simple way to get into the conversation. Unfortunately, YouTube does not have a guest button like TikTok does, but hopefully eventually the more people do this kind of streaming, they will incorporate that in YouTube itself.
Maybe, especially if TikTok goes the way of the dodo bird.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm not convinced, but maybe. I'm also just started on this brand new app, 3-5, or yeah, it's 3-5. It's the number 3 and then spelt out 5, and it's kind of like a TikTok competitor that just came out August 1st. I'm like signed up early to try it. They don't have lives or anything yet, but it's an interesting concept.
Do you play D&D by any chance, Joyful?
Me and my kids started to play it for a minute, and then I don't know. We got busy, and yeah. We never really got that far into it. We developed character pages, and that was about as far as we got.
Yeah, so the session 0 is always the longest because you've got to develop your characters. You got to do all this stuff. You got to flesh that all out. But as long as you have a decent DM, you can always do very, very well and have very, very entertaining stories.
Yeah, I need to, like, I've seen some TikToks where they have guests up and they're doing like a D&D thing, which I've sat and watched for a little bit because I do find it very intriguing. It's just my kids are the only ones that I know of that would even be interested in doing it, and they are only interested for short spans of time and then they want to do something else.
Yeah, we do have a Zune tune saying, "Stop wasting your time." What is it that we're wasting our time about, Zune? Is it about talking about how God doesn't exist? Because if so, and you want to try to correct us to show us that God does exist, then go ahead and request up.
Yeah,
but if it's about the... Oh, go ahead.
What you should realize is we're giving you a platform to witness to everybody that's watching. I know we don't have a huge crowd, but you get to witness by coming up here and talking to us to all of these people. Your crown will be bedazzled in heaven because you will reach out to so many people just joining these lives. Oh, Benny, you're fine. That was not a big deal at all. not a big deal at all. Yeah, the only thing that may have changed is we may have got some more ops over on Video Ninja, but that would be about it. Thank you, Philly, for that.
Have a train near you too?
Yep.
Oh, I've been muting mine because I literally my backyard butts up right next to the train tracks. So I've been muting too.
Yeah, I'm 3 houses away from it. And this is like I live right next to the main line that comes through town, so it gets the most traffic. It's wonderful.
The main line. Oh, we only have my town is so small. We only have one railroad track.
Right on. We have a few, but this is the one that's like really active. It runs from the river to out to CSX.
Okay. But yeah, I actually, the funniest thing is that there was one night I have a friend on here, and he said he never played D&D before. So I was like, well, we can do it right here, right now, if you'd like. He was like, sure. So I just had them all create just a quick character, something real quick. We didn't even roll for like all their things. I just kind of went based on my head, and I DM'd it, and they were all very, very entertained and enjoyed, and were very, very fun. They had a blast, so it was really, really fun. Oh, and Philly says, I just played for the first time.
Nice.
Well, yeah. You really have to have a DM who can not only create the scene so that way you see it in your head and you can imagine it and all that, but you have to have one that can come up with something on the fly real quick, because players will throw some of the oddest wrenches into it, and you just have to be able to come up with something on the fly if need be.
Yeah. That's me and my kids have started up a couple times and developing character and everything like that. We never get very far before they get bored with it, and then I'm just like, all right, we'll try to pick it up again later, and then we just never do. We get busy.
Such is life.
Guys, let's try to get to 50K likes as quick as possible. That would be amazing. For the channel, it could boost us out there, and share out the live. We are only at 63 shares. We need to get them shares up to 100, and it's not even hard to share it out. All you have to do is hold down your screen, a list of names will come up, and you just tap on all of those names. You can share out the live 20 times in just a couple seconds.
Philly in the chat wants to know, Philly Red says, if you were to give a percentage to the possibility of a God existing, what would it be?
I know this is kind of a cop-out, but I just did a formal debate with Truth Over Tea, and it was about the probability of God rather than natural things causing life, and I think it's along the same lines. The problem is you can't come up with a probability for something that you don't have epistemological evidence for, because there's no way to quantify it. There's no way to put a number on it. It's just impossible to really come up with a probability. What I would say is, if there is a real God, I would say more like it would just be a toss-up, because we don't really know what happened before the Big Bang. It's all we have some ideas, but I lean towards the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, an eternity of causes and effects. That would be my idea, but I would just say you could do a coin toss if there's something larger than us out there, if that's what you mean by a god.
So a 50-50.
Yeah, I would say that there's something out there. So it would depend on your definition of God. That's where you get into these weeds. Is what is the definition of God we're going with for this probability? If it's just anything larger than humanity that or is more powerful than humans, I would say then yeah, it would be a coin flip. But it just depends on what. If it's an omni property god, then no. I believe it's a 0% chance.
I think that for the most part, I would agree, especially when it comes to the omni property god. I think that the likelihood of that existing is going to be 0, and if it's anything above 0, you're looking at a 0.00000 like 3% type of deal. It's so close to 0, it might as well be 0. But if we're talking about like more of a Spinozan god, a god that in the act of creation ends up unaliving itself to create the cosmos, then that one, I mean, maybe. I mean, that'd be a coin toss, but at the same time, if it ended up unaliving itself in the act of creation, then this god no longer exists, so no gods would exist.
Marduk, thank you so much for the $4.99 sticker you sent over on YouTube. That is very much appreciated. Anything you guys give to the channel is helpful in doing these lives, and yeah, anything you can contribute to these lives is very helpful. So I appreciate you. I expect nothing, but when you do give, it is much appreciated.
Philly has a follow-up question of, do you include omnibenevolence as one of the omni properties?
I would say that would be one of the omni properties that I do not believe could exist in a god. Because I would believe that if something is all good, that it would only create all good things, and he clearly did not create an all good thing, creating the world in which we live.
If you ask me in particular, I would say that just the creation of mankind alone was something that he did that was a not all good thing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Guys, we still have 2 hours left in this live. We're having a hard time getting guests today. Please keep sharing it out. Please keep tapping. I know you guys are putting in all that work. I appreciate it, but we need to get some people up in here. We have a lot of yappers tonight, but not a lot of people that really want to engage.
Texas Proud says, sure he does. Well, Texas Proud, from a fellow Texan, come up here and request and we can talk about it. We can, we can chew it over a little bit, see what happens.
Chew it on over.
It's funny because I have a coworker who she's from Nepal, and I had to explain to her what the country phrase of knee-high to a grasshopper was. She was very, very much confused by that phrase, and so I had to explain to her what it meant.
I know that when, I do things as the pastor, say, chitlins, a lot of people have no clue what I mean by that. When I talk about going down by the creek, I went down there by the creek already, and they're like, a creek? What's a creek? I'm like, you guys suck.
True Texans follow God, is what Texas Proud says. Texas Proud, you'd be surprised. There are a lot of Texan non-believers. And if you want to come up here and tell me how God blessed Texas with his own hands, and then brought down the angels from the promised land, you can go ahead and come up here and explain that, because I want you to explain to this fellow Texan, if you need to. 1 Peter 3:15 tells you that if anybody asks for you to give account, that you should be ready to defend your faith. So I'm asking you, Come up here and teach me. Teach me your ways.
We are literally giving you all the opportunity to come up here and witness to about almost 50 people right now is what we're at. Come up here. Let us know like where we're wrong, and you can convince all of these people. You will have a bedazzled crown alongside of Paul while you're in heaven.
Eldon just asked, wasn't there just a horrible flood in Texas? Yes, there was. It wasn't too long ago. Where that river runs by, like, it's not too terribly far away from me, but the area that is closest to me isn't the part that got really, really bad flooding. It was way further up. I'm in Texas Pride. If you're still here, I'm so Texan that everything I like comes from Texas, and I promise you that wasn't by design for a joke. I just started realizing that everything that I like, food and drink wise, are from Texas. If we go soft drinks, my favorite soft drink is Dr. Pepper, which is made here in Texas. If we go spirits wise, Shiner Bock is my favorite non-hard spirit, and it's made right there in Shiner, Texas. My favorite hard spirit is Yellow Rose whiskey, and that's brewed right here in Houston. They boast about being the last surviving running still from a Prohibition time frame. Favorite food, the German chocolate cake is one of my favorites, and the actual the German chocolate cake recipe that everyone uses today actually came from a Texan. It got submitted into one of those like cooking contest type of deals, and the person who made it, his last name was German, so it was literally German's chocolate cake, but the apostrophe S got taken off somewhere down the road and just shortened to German chocolate cake, and that came from right here in Texas. Pecan pie is another thing that is really big here in Texas, and I'm pretty sure it also derived here in Texas. So yeah, this is all stuff that are my favorites that just so happen to be Texan.
There we go. He is a true Texan, and he does not believe in God. I think that was a W Hammy. I think you just got wrecked, Texas.
Yeah, and if there are any other fellow Texans out there that are believers, and you think that you can best me and God and whether or not He exists, then go ahead and come up here and take my crown as the King of Texas.
As the King of Texas. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Make sure that we're following Hammy. If you are not following Hammy, he panels up a lot on different people's lives. He is very entertaining and also has a lot of good points when it comes to debates. Unfortunately, we just are not getting guests tonight. Monday we went strong our first debate doing this, but tonight has just been slow. So if you know any Christians that would like to have this conversation, share the live out both on YouTube and here on the TikTok. Also, thank you for all the likes, but keep tapping them likes, keep sharing it out. We need to get more people in here. We still have 2 hours of this to go, and I'd really like to at least have a couple more good conversations. Also, if you are friendly and you have a few questions for me and Hammy, while we're waiting, now is the time to come up and ask us some questions in these big walls of guests. Also, finally, Crystal J has been running her lives, and I hope that you guys have been all supporting her with her YouTube and with her TikTok. She puts in so much work in this community, and she has such great content. Make sure that you're following Crystal and that you are supporting her content as well. Yeah, I guess that was my commercial for now.
I do lives here on TikTok as well with my co-host Tater every Friday and Saturday nights.
Oh, nice.
We like we call it Food for Thought. The very first night is we call it Food Fight Fridays, and these are our debate nights. To keep it in line with the spirit of food, because I am Hammy and she is Tater. We like to say those are the nights that we allow it to be a little bit more spicier. We tend to have spicier food that day. But then Saturdays are our discussion days, where we just discuss the topics from the previous night. And that we tend to be a lot calmer. I've had many atheists come up and said that they love the vibe that we do there, the respectfulness that we have, and how we try to be very, very patient with people. And so that's what we do over there. This Friday we won't be live, and that's just because I have a family function that I'll be doing. But Saturday we will be there, and we will be discussing certain topics. We haven't came up with our topic for this Saturday, but we will soon enough. But the types of topics we've discussed is if hell is biblically accurate, or if hell is biblical. We've talked about why should we believe in your God. We've talked about a bunch of different topics as far as the God belief goes.
Justin Brown. I didn't even mean to invite you. I was trying to see from that picture, but I'm glad you're here.
Yes, sir.
So, what do you got for us tonight?
Well,
before you do that, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 22.
So what you got for us now?
Well, it was actually yesterday I was on a panel, and then the host had sent me a message saying that he would prove that there was no set reason that Jesus came to the earth. So I kind of was coming to follow up about.
Yeah, there's no one set reason Jesus came to earth. Yeah.
What?
So what's your one set reason Jesus came to earth?
Well, there's a primary reason that Jesus came to the earth.
Which one of the reasons he came to earth was the primary reason?
To absolve the sins and give understanding of the Old Testament law. So basically,
there's two primary reasons.
Well, we can look at John 3:16 and 17. Like I find that's as expressive as we make it.
Okay.
John 3:16. So God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever shall believe in him will not perish but have everlasting life.
Yeah, and then
that John 3:16.
Yeah, and then the next verse as well.
For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save it. Save the world through him. Okay. Yeah. All right. So that is his primary purpose.
Well, yeah, that's because then when you look at the Bible in its entirety, that's the whole message that's being preached. It's so that
you can have. Who wrote that? Whose words are those being spoken there?
It's the words of God used through the vessel John.
So this isn't like Jesus's words. Jesus didn't say that this is the reason he came.
If we're going to use the Bible, we have to use the Bible's understanding, and the Bible teaches that these men were influenced by the Holy Spirit when they wrote.
Go ahead.
Just 1 second. So you think that Jesus came to bring some sort of peace to the world?
Peace to the world for those who wanted to choose peace, because Jesus himself actually says that he has come to pit relative against relative.
Yeah, he didn't come to bring peace but a sword. So it does seem like he came to condemn.
Well,
you don't use a sword on people that you're not condemning.
Well, the sword that is the Bible is referred to as something that is sharper than any two-edged sword, and
So
basically
you're just inferring that into this verse.
no, that's not the scriptural context. The same way that I already knew you were going to go there because before you even mentioned the verse, right? Because these scriptures are indirectly and directly relating to each other. So
So
Absolutely not.
did Jesus say, or did anybody within the Bible ever
Jesus
say that the
is
Bible is going to be a sharp object? Or is
not.
that just a church teaching?
No, it's a metaphor. The same way that Jesus, when he came here, he didn't have a physical
Yeah,
sword.
no, I understand that it's a metaphor. I get that. But what I'm asking you is this metaphor, is this something that you can find within the Bible, or is this a metaphor that's been told by like church leaders and things like that?
Which one specifically? Jesus saying he's coming with the sword, or the
No,
or
the book being a sharp object.
how about we read the scripture and you tell me?
Well, I'm asking you, is it coming from scripture where it says that the
Well,
book is a sharp object?
I'd say yes, but I think it's better to see the scripture yourself.
Well, in that case, then, if you're saying yes, then I need the scripture that says that that's what is being said.
Okay, I think what he's referring to is Hebrews 4. He says that the word of God is sharper than any two-edged sword, but you just saying that this is the word of God is nowhere in the Bible does it say that Matthew is the word of God. So he can't be talking about the book of or John. He can't be talking about the book of John being the word of God in Hebrews because they didn't know of it as the word of God. So he was talking about God's actual word.
No, that's not how the Bible works. Like, for example, when you're dealing with individuals, as the Bible says, who are inspired by the Holy Spirit in their writing and their teachings and their dealings, that is those things that those disciples do are attributed to being the inner workings and words of Christ that have just come through vessels, right? Like,
So, who wrote Hebrews?
I don't know specifically, but John or Peter, or Paul.
Paul. So, Joyful, do you know who
It's
attested?
anonymous.
Yeah, but do you know who they normally say, yeah, this is the person?
Paul, or a lot of people, like within evangelicals, believe like maybe it was Barnabas because it's very similar to Paul's writings.
Yeah, so the thing is that, do you know, Justin, that Paul was a heretic?
Would you care to explain? Because no, I don't.
Absolutely. So, whenever we look at what Paul says, and when we look at what Jesus says, Paul tends to actually full-on contradict what Jesus says. For instance, if we look at one verse, Jesus sit there and said that he didn't come for anybody but the lost sheep of Israel. And what people try to say, well, he also came for everyone else, they point to the fact that he says that the people he's attending to are not his only flock. But when you actually whenever you look biblically and you look through what experts understand that verse to mean, is he's talking about the other Hebrews who are in heaven, who have passed on from this life. That's his other flock that he tends to. But then you have Paul coming in, saying that he came for everyone. You also have a part where Jesus never claimed to be God. He never claimed to be anything but the Son of Man. He is the Son of Man. That's what he said. And then, as a matter of fact, whenever people ask him, are you the King of the Jews? Whenever Pilate asks him that, he says, that's what you say. He didn't say that he does, right? But then you have Paul coming in saying that not only is he God, but he's like, he sits at the right hand of God, that in order to get to God, you have to go through him. You have to be with him. And the thing is that Jesus, there's a lot of other teachings that Jesus said that Paul strictly contradicts. And I think that the reason this is done is because of what Paul is trying to do. And what Paul's trying to do seems to be that he wants to be seen as the next leader of the group. You had Jesus who led the group, and then Jesus is gone. So now Paul is trying to do the same thing that everyone else did with Jesus.
Well, let's go down the line of what you just finished saying. So the other flock that Jesus is referring to, whatever expert you're talking about, that's absolutely incorrect. Because the other
Okay, sure. How do you know that?
The other flock is referring to the nation of Israel that was split, that was referred to as Gentiles, because not all of the nation of Israel was God's children. Because
so whenever you read that verse that you're referring to, where he's talking about the people of Israel and the fellow Hebrews, he is still referring, whenever he says he's his other flock, he's talking about the Hebrews, God's chosen people, not the Gentiles. He's never once said anything about the Gentiles. The only time that he ever did anything, whenever it came to Gentiles, is the one woman who he likened to a dog. Whenever he said that, whenever she wanted her daughter to heal from being possessed, he says, he tells her to go away. Or everybody else came up to Jesus saying, hey, tell her to leave. She's been following us around and it's getting pretty weird. And he goes and says that, that's when he says, do not, I've only came for the lost sheep of Israel. And she's like, please, my Lord, please help me. And he said, is it right to take the food from the children and give it to the dogs? Referring to her as the dog. He likens her to it. Yeah, but that's because after she begged for it, right?
Yes, but the Bible expressly teaches that no matter how much begging, other nations can never receive the promises that belong to the Hebrews. So
yeah, but the thing is she begged him, saying, confessing him as Lord, right? She's confessing him.
But listen to what you're saying. Even by that very merit, if you're going to use this line of understanding, that would contradict the Father's teachings, basically saying that the things that he's implemented and given in the Bible are exclusively to the Hebrews, the nation of Israel. So for Jesus, and once again, using your line of reasoning, if this is what the Bible is talking about, Jesus would be contradicting the Father by healing that woman's daughter because she was not a Hebrew. But that's not what's being spoken about here. So going back to the other flock,
how is it contradicting it?
Because once again, as you said yourself, or one of you guys said that Jesus himself said that he came for his own people, right? And the Father has expressly said multiple times throughout the Old Testament how the laws that he's given, the promises to Abraham, all of these things are for their lineage and his people, not the Gentiles, not the other nations of the world. So when we're getting now into when Jesus was referring to the other flock, the reason I use the word Gentiles is because the nation of Israel that split off from the entire nation itself, I think it was the northern half, like the Father himself started referring to them as Gentiles.
So hold on. The thing is like it wasn't like the actual nation of Israel being split in half type of deal, right? It was just saying that some of the people who were saying that they were followers of Yahweh,
but they were still
weren't actually being so. But the thing is that while Israel did have people who were both Hebrew and Gentiles, it wasn't the Gentiles that Jesus was coming after. He was coming after the people, the Hebrew, who had fallen away from the old ways.
Yeah, but
that's the flock he was referring to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because you said
he's not referring. But what I'm saying that the other flocks, he says that I have other flocks that I have. Part of it is the other Hebrews that have fallen away, not the Gentiles. The other Hebrews who had fallen away from the old ways. That's the lost sheep that he came for.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro.
Then the other flock. Hold on, I'm not done. So the lost sheep were the ones who were Hebrew who fell away from the old ways.
Yeah.
The other flock he's referring to in the other passage is known as the people who are waiting to be in heaven, the people who are not, because they believed in that everyone went to Sheol, and then on the day of judgment, that would be the day when people go to heaven or remain in Sheol, because there was no concept of hell at this point. So he came for those people. This is why there's verses where he's talking amongst the unalived, right? Where he's gone down to Sheol and he's talked to the unalived. And so these are the people that he's coming. That's his other flock.
Yeah, but the
He
Bible
tends
tells
to.
us that although that is true, and once again, I'm in complete agreement with you, that is true. But then the Bible tells us that since he came unto his own, and then he was received not, that same gift that was exclusive to his people has now been extended to the world.
And who wrote about that?
Paul has written about it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is that Paul is strictly contradicting Jesus's own words.
But when you look at Jesus' actions, how can you? Because once again, using your line of thinking, if we look at the Father's teachings when it comes to the exclusivity that was for his people, right? That he never extended that to other people that were not his people. The laws, his blessings, blah blah, right? So why would he then?
Well, that's not true.
To a group of people.
Yeah, he extended his law to other people. The people that
The promises of that, or the inheritance of the Jews.
Well, the law. You said the law.
Okay, well, when I'm saying, because I have to go to the specific scripture, but once again, it was given in order to follow a law, you must be under its jurisdiction. So you have to be a Israelite for the law of God to be applicable to your life.
No, that's not true at all.
If we're talking
People
about
the sojourners in their land must abide by the law of Yahweh.
where is that land at?
The sojourners
Yeah, like where's that region?
in Israel, when foreigners came and stayed in Israel,
Exactly.
they were to abide by all of the laws of Yahweh.
Yes,
Are those
because they
people
were in that
Israelites?
land.
Hold on. Are those people Israelites?
No, but that's a specific instance. The Bible gives many different caveats
Yeah, but
and
you
provinces.
said, hold on. You said that God doesn't extend his law to other people other than his chosen people.
In a generic sense, like in the law, in the land where those people belong, the law does not apply to them because they're not of the nation of Israel.
So are they being judged for sinning?
If they're in that land sinning on
No,
that turf,
were the people back then being judged for their sins?
just are you talking about everybody?
Yep. The people in the foreign lands, were they being judged for their sins?
Yes.
What is a sin according to the book of John?
A transgression against the law of God.
Yeah, so were they under God's law? Because they're being judged by God's law, so they were clearly also under God's law, right?
The law was given to the Israelites.
It doesn't matter. They are judged by the same law, correct?
That's not the point.
Are they judged by the same law? Yes or no?
I just answered your question when you asked me were they judged by it, and I even answered when you said what is a sin. Come on now. So
Okay, so you do agree that they were judged by the same law. So they were under the same law.
not in the same sense that the Israelites were. My point is that when we're dealing with the Father in Old Testament values, these things were, for example, the law of Moses, right? When that was given, it was given to his people, and it stayed within the confines of the Hebrews. But the people outside of this nation, God still judged them as in there were wicked actions that were just taking place, right?
Why would he judge them if they don't follow his law?
They don't. What Justin is saying is that they weren't under his law, but they are judged by his law.
And that's a bit weird because that's not even true biblically speaking. Because biblically speaking, there's a verse that talks about how those who live by the word, unalive by the word, but those who do not follow the word, the word is not applicable to them. So For instance, let's say that
exactly what I'm saying.
but the thing is like whenever you're talking about these things, you were saying that they are still being judged. And the only way you can judge somebody is if they are having to follow your laws. So let's say I'm in Norway
That's not what the
during
Bible
the
teaches.
well, Justin. Let's say I live in Norway during the time of this going on, right? Let's say that I am one of the people who follow the Norse gods, and I don't know about your Christ. I don't know about your Yahweh. I don't know anything about that. According to you, I am being judged by Yahweh for not following him. Because even though I don't know who he is, I don't know what he is, I just know about Odin. I know about Thor. I know about Tyr.
No, it's not even
I know
about
about all of them.
following. It's the sin that has been birthed in the world by the different groups of people. Because once again, as you just said, well, hold on, because I want to make this point into what you just said. Because if Jesus, even by the scriptures telling, only came for his people, right, and that salvation is only for his people, why would he? It's impossible for anyone else to choose to serve Yahweh if he's only coming for his people and salvation is only for his people. So it's never, the things you're referring to is not about listening to God in the sense of serving him or acknowledging him as God. It's simply their actions are made a sinful world. Like Lot being in Sodom and Gomorrah, it's because of the grievances that happened in his life because the sin that he was around. That's when God eradicates.
Okay.
Once
Okay.
again, God's for his people.
What made what they were doing sin?
It's against the nature in which the world was created. God created.
Nope. What
Nope.
were they doing? Why was what they were doing sin according to the Bible?
Because there's a natural use of a man and a woman that God created.
Incorrect. We're gonna say this again. What makes a sin? You already said it. It's transgressing God's law. So what they were doing was they were under God's law. You can cut it however you want, but the Gentiles, people in Sodom, the foreigners to Abraham, everybody has always been under God's law according to Scripture.
Oh my goodness! All right, let me get you the scripture because I don't understand why this is difficult to understand.
And
Yeah.
while you're getting that scripture, just know that if there is a place where nobody is under God's law, then they don't have to follow it, correct?
If you're using natural means, like if you're talking about how we conduct jurisdictions and regions here on this earth.
So then that means that, like I said, back to the example of the Norwegians who were alive during this time frame. Of course, it wasn't called Norway at the time, obviously, but the people who lived in that area who had a different pantheon of gods than the henotheistic people of the time frame did. If they were to not follow Yahweh's laws, did they commit a sin?
It's not sin in the sense of how the people of Israel were transgressing the law. Once again, I've never even searched this up. This is me using my biblical understanding. Even the AI overview is saying exactly what I'm saying. It says the law.
AI knows you personally, and it's going to give you answers that suit
Okay, can you
you.
search this up for me too then to see if we compare
Yeah.
results?
Yeah,
So
let's
search
do
it.
it.
I said, did God give his law to the Gentiles? That's what I searched up. And I'll read my
Oh, that wasn't the argument. You straw manned AI himself.
No,
That's a straw man of my argument. My argument is whether or not he gave it to them, they were under it.
but it deals. So just search it up because you're going to see what I'm saying. Because it says the law of Moses was specifically given to the Israelites as part of the Sinai covenant, while Gentiles were not under the law of Moses, as I said.
Okay, so we're that.
Hold on.
You can be judged. Hold on. You cannot be judged by something you are not under.
You are using.
Do you understand that?
Understanding on that. We're talking about a.
You cannot be judged by something you are not under. Do you understand that?
Find me the scripture that contradicts what I just said about.
I already told you that sin is the transgression of law, God's law. God's law is what made people like Sodom and Gomorrah sinners. They were Gentiles, but yet They were sinners because they transgressed God's law. They were under God's law. You cannot be judged by something you are not under.
Okay, let me use what you're saying against you. What
Okay?
you're asking me what sin is, and we said that it's transgression of God's law. In order
Mhm.
to transgress something, you must first be what?
You must nothing.
No, that's not true. Like the same
No,
way you
there
said,
are laws that I don't know exist in America, and I could transgress them not knowing that it's even a
I'm
law.
not
Can
saying
I not?
anything about your knowledge about knowing it. The ability to transgress a law in a place where you don't know anything about a law is first being in that location where those laws are foreign to you. So you, by whatever nationality that
Mhm.
you hold true to, if you go to another region, you do not need to know the laws. But the prerequisite to transgress the law is being a part of those people or in that land. Correct?
Incorrect when it comes to God's law because you're
No,
all
'cause you're
judged.
using your own
Hold on,
assertion.
it's a universal judging and a universal sinning. If somebody is sinning, so somebody didn't break America law if they're in China and do something that's against American law, but that's not universal. You are trying to do something that is very not analogous. We're talking about a universal law, something that every single person is judged by. You can't break it down to something that is like cultural because that's not what it was. Every single person on earth was judged by the same exact law. Everybody was under it, whether they knew what the law was or not.
I'm not claiming that the other people of the world, that the very things that caused damnation to them and their groups of people, I'm not saying that wasn't based upon the laws of God. That's not my claim. I'm saying that when you're getting into because we're talking about an ultra specific situation that this has branched off into. We started talking about Jesus and what he came for, so it's
You brought it up, and that's why we got here.
I do want to say
you were
that
talking
you
about.
can, Justin. I'm going to kind of extend out an olive branch here for you. You can just bite the bullet and say that these people were henotheistic, where there were multiple gods, and that they just followed under Yahweh's law. In which case, what you're saying would make sense. But if you are holding to the fact that Yahweh is the one and only God, and that he has laws for all of mankind, then you're just going to have to understand that your position is contradictory. Other than that, like I said, you can bite the bullet, and I will gladly extend that olive branch out, and we can move on from this if you want to believe that there are multiple gods.
No, there's the reason that the Bible says that where Jesus comes, he says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," is because there are other deities or spirits or entities that you can give servitude towards.
So then basically what you're saying is that there's only one true God, in which case what Joyful is saying is correct, that we are all under this God, in which case everyone has to follow these laws, not just the Hebrew, not just the Israelites, everyone, because he is the one true God. But like I said, I'm the last chance. I will give you the olive branch in saying that if you believe that there are multiple gods, that Israel and the people of Israel were part of Yahweh's share, and that was the people that are for him, then we can do that and we can move on from here. But if you don't want to take this olive branch and you want to still hold to the position that Yahweh is the one true God, then you're just going to have to, like I said, bite the bullet and take the fact that your position is contradictory.
I still do not believe that my position is contradictory, simply speaking from the fact that we came from the understanding that the Gentiles, right? We came from that conversation. So what I'm talking about and why I even presented the law, because I also presented the law, I presented the promises that were delegated and reserved for the Hebrews, is because I'm talking about what God gave as an inheritance to his children. So in the way that his children are under his law, it comes with there's a reward system. Basically, if you live upright, you'll go to heaven. The people who were also judged by, once again, by y'all's definition, they still would never go to heaven. They could do everything right by God's commandments and still would not go to heaven. So once again, I'm talking in a specific manner right here. That's why we're going all over the place. I would like for us to reel it back in. So coming back to Jesus and what he came for, and how you guys are saying that Paul is contradicting the things that Jesus taught about, I still wholeheartedly disagree, because the Bible and the teachings that it shows, if Jesus giving healing, which was reserved for the children of Israel, right? You don't see anywhere in the Bible where Yahweh is healing another group of people, giving the promises to Gentiles, right? Because we're talking.
Okay, well, real quick, Justin, before you continue on, I have to ask you, who was the god of King Moab?
I'm not certain.
Yeah, are you familiar with King Moab and the Moabites?
Not too much, no.
Oh, okay. Well, here, let me tell you the story of King Moab. During this time frame, a bunch of different people got together, and they were against King Moab, and they went and waged war against him. The Israelites did against King Moab. Well, during this time frame, what ends up happening is the prophet came to the
Sacrifice his
king.
son.
Well, yeah, but hold on, we'll get there. So the prophet came to the leader of the Israelites and said that if you do X, Y, and Z, Yahweh will bless you and you will become victorious. Then they did exactly to the T, exactly what the prophet told them to do. So that way they can gain victory in this battle. Well, what ends up happening is King Moab tries to takes some of his men and tries to escape, but all of his men were unalived, right? And so he was trapped. So then he gives his son as a sacrifice on the wall, so that way he could try to gain victory. So then what ends up happening is the fury comes down from the heavens, and he ends up, and the Israelites flee. So did God switch sides? So he blessed somebody. He blessed somebody else who was not one of his
Victory in a
people.
war is entirely different than inherently.
Is that not a blessing, though? Is that not is it not a blessing if you were almost down for the count, you were defeated, you had nowhere else to go, and then you give a sacrifice? Is that not a blessing that God bestowed upon King Moab?
Did I say that there's never an instance of God blessing someone else?
Yes, you did.
No,
You said that there's no instance where God blesses somebody who is not his people. And so what I'm saying
I said
is King Moab.
the promises of that belong, the
You
inheritance.
said bless them. You said bless them.
Okay, well, if I said blessed, then my apologies. I'm talking specifically about things that are like how the Bible tells us that we're joint heirs to the throne with Christ, right? Things like that are specific to his people, that it's never shown of extension to people who aren't of his people. So once again, like, I'm not talking about a victory in the war. We're talking about things such as like the promises delegated to the children of Abraham or Isaac. The things like that, when we see in the Bible, it's still expressly clear that it's only for God's people. So once again, when we come into talking about Jesus and what he came here to do, and now
What's the difference between the blessing that Abraham would have more descendants than the stars in the sky, and a blessing of winning a battle?
Well, the blessings that having many children is the communication and fellowship with God. There's that as well. So there's the God being their master for all times, right? He's saying he's going to bless his lineage, and those people were forever going to be God's individuals, as he's going to lead them and instruct them and bless them for, forever, because of Abraham's loyalty.
Yeah.
Right.
But the thing is that the blessing to Abraham was the fact that he would have his descendants would outnumber the stars. So that is the blessing that he gets for what he's done. What is the difference between that blessing and the blessing of winning a battle?
No, you just highlighted a specific aspect of the blessing. The blessing, as well as it being the numeral number that goes beyond the amount of stars. There's also the fact that Jesus came from that lineage.
That he did not say. Did God tell Abraham that your lineage is going to have Jesus and he will save the entire world? Did God say that to Abraham?
No, he didn't have to say that. We look at what happened to his lineage.
So what you're doing is you are kind of like doing a post hoc thing, right? Because what you're doing is you're sitting there, you're looking at time frame today, and you're going backwards instead of looking at it from that time frame.
God is an eternal being that exists outside of time. You don't think that he knew what was entailed in the
God exists outside of time?
How can if we're claiming that God is, how can something that exists in time create time?
Yeah,
that's an impossibility.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying he exists.
No, it's impossible for him to create time in general. Because what is time?
Who you?
What is time?
Bro, we are humans. We're talking about a deity.
Yes, Justin, that's why I'm asking you, what is time?
The concept of time as we know it is like the elapsing of moments.
Yeah, it's going from one state to another, right? The changing of states, right? That's what time is.
But before there was creation, and it was only the creator.
So what I'm saying is that in order to go from a state of non-creation,
Finn, thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you, Finn. You're amazing, Finn. But to go from the state of non-creating to creating takes time. There is time that takes place to go from not wanting, like, even if we don't go the actual act where you have to actually physically create something, to go from a moment of thinking, of not thinking about creating something, to creating something takes time. So there's never been a moment.
Chronological sense.
No, this takes place even with B theory of time. Are you familiar with B theory of time?
Is that still not a human's understanding on?
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the B theory of time?
Did that come from God or from aliens?
Justin,
outside of humans.
Hey, hold on, Hammy. Justin, so you just asserting things that can't be proven just makes you look dumb.
No, it
so
doesn't.
we're talking about things that can be verified. You're talking about things that are unverifiable, and that is worthless in a conversation. So either talk about things as we can verify them and quit saying, well, that's a human's perspective, because that's all we have. That's all anybody has is a human perspective.
That's why I'm saying, okay, let's not even getting in too deep into it, but even the concept of the Big Bang Theory, right? And how that, however much time that there was a condensing of molecules or whatever it was before everything came to be. It's an impossibility with the understanding that we have and how the world works and how time works and every other theory that we have. It is an impossibility for the causation of an explosion to happen without a cause to cause the cause.
No, yeah, it's
Justin,
it's an eternal regression of causes and effects.
Justin,
and that makes more sense than a God who
real quick, Justin. Before we continue down this route, though, Justin, I need to know, what is the most current theory about the beginning of the universe? What's it called?
The current one, I'm not certain. I just know Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. So do you know if it goes by any other name?
Not off the top of my head. No, I'm not familiar.
Are you familiar with the Lambda CDM model?
No.
Yeah. So the thing is like you're talking about something that you know literally nothing about.
Does the lack of my understanding change anything that I said pertaining to God?
Yes. Because the simple fact is, if you don't know what is being said, then you don't know whether or not a God fits in there or not. If you're not up to date on anything about it, and I'm not even saying you have to become a theoretical physicist. I'm not saying that at all. By no means am I a theoretical physicist. But the thing is that if you don't know at least something about it, it's hard to sit there and say that you can talk about this with any level of confidence.
Are Isaac Newton's laws refuted by any of the things that can be learned by what you're talking about?
Actually, yes, because the thing is Isaac Newton's laws, the Newtonian laws of physics and stuff, break down. As a matter of fact, Newton himself is the one who explained this because he could understand how the Earth and the Sun interacted and some of the planets out, closest to the Sun. But the further out he got, his ideas of physics break down, and so he then sits there and says, "I can't explain it, therefore God." Then somebody else, much later down the line, picks up where he left off, and he could include other planets and other things as well. So while Newtonian physics is very, very useful, it is not the be-all, end-all. We've learned beyond Newton, right? And it's the same thing like when people talk about evolution. Like, people sit there and try to go after Charles Darwin. But the thing is we've learned more since Charles Darwin.
Yeah, I
So,
agree with that sentiment. I'm saying the let's just say the most fundamental one: matter cannot be created or destroyed.
So that is one of the first laws of thermodynamics, right? That's energy. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
Yeah.
It only changes states. Matter, I think that's the conservation of mass. The laws of conservation of mass, I believe. But anyways, the thing is that we know that energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay, so
So
nothing changes.
if energy cannot be created or destroyed, then how did God create energy?
Bro, the same way that he creates anything else. You have to look at the universe like
What part of cannot be created nor destroyed means that it can be created?
outside of what the law that says matter cannot be created or destroyed does not say that what is here now that can't be destroyed or what cannot be
No,
created
so
anew. Hold
so
on, let me
right now
finish.
I'm
Let me
talking
finish
about
my point.
energy though. I'm talking about energy,
No,
not
yeah,
matter.
okay, but energy itself, regardless, just the concept of anything existing, whatever state that it's in, it not being able to be created or destroyed. There had to be a certain point in time, if we're talking chronologically, because we exist within time here on this earth and just our universe. Period. There had to be a moment where things came into be, and if matter cannot be created,
No.
there is
There's
okay.
that is
How
not
does
that
that
is
make
not
sense?
necessary
It's just
because
Justin,
go
it's
ahead.
just as logical that we believe that is an eternal regress as you believe God is an eternal regress. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
You
I understand that.
believe in eternal regress the same that we do. We agree on that.
Okay, that's
We
cool. I
just believe
understand
it's
that.
something different.
All right, so I'm glad that you said that. Now, getting into that sentiment that you just shared, I believe, and I know that there's more evidence pointing towards the reality of God being the caveat, the missing link with what we don't understand versus whatever theory that might come out that we're working on now or will work on. This is not something that will ever be practical.
Justin,
Science. It cannot be understood.
Justin,
It's
I
easy.
let me ask you something here. Both of our models on how the universe came into existence have the same thing, where we have a moment where it seems like because the one thing I will give you is that we cannot get to the closest we can get to as far as time goes is about like 0.33 some odd seconds before the mass expansion took place.
Yeah.
Before that, we don't know anything. The thing is that we both have that in common, is that before that moment in both of our models, we don't know. So, what makes you think that reality speaking wise, that your extra added assumption that there's a God that is at the beginning of that?
Well, the reality.
What makes that truer than what we're saying?
Beautiful question. The reality of the way that people's lives change when coming into contact with this entity, this being that claims to be the sole source of everything that is.
So this is where I'm going to have to stop you again, because there are people who believe in other gods today, and they said that it's changed their lives. So if they are saying that, say, Odin or Athena or Zeus have changed their lives, and that's the reason why they believe, and you're saying the same thing about your God, how do we know which one is telling the truth?
the one of the biggest things that even comes from the Bible when it refers to being able to distinguish the two is the fruits that are shown in someone's life. So one thing that we can see is that when we look at Christians as a whole, as a demographic of people, we contribute the most positivity to the world. That doesn't mean every
Now,
that doesn't mean every
real
single
quick,
Christian.
Justin. How many Christians are in the world?
Billions. I'm not certain the amount. Like,
All right, we can say like ballpark it. Like, let's just go with like say like what, maybe 3 billion.
yeah, let's just say.
Yeah, let's ballpark it at 3 billion, right? So, and let's face it, like Islam is steadily creeping up behind y'all. Y'all, you know,
Yeah,
y'all
but
are
they're nowhere
getting
close to the positive
right.
that we.
Yeah, right. But the thing is like when you say that Christians have contributed more to the good of society, it's like, do you not see how it's because there are so many of you?
I can understand what you're saying.
If the shoe was on the opposite foot, like let's say that there were more atheists than any other people on this planet, and I were to sit there and it's like atheism is the best for people because they've contributed the most good to society. Does that not seem a little weird because of the fact that there have been more atheists than there are anybody else?
Well, in that hypothetical, the reason we'd have to look at the what's coming from these groups of people. Because yes, if the atheists were doing good, then you can make that argument. But we live in a reality where that's not taking place. You can't like that's making an assumption
So
that would happen.
No, that's absolutely not true. Can you tell me a demographic where atheists are doing worse than Christians?
What do you like? What do you mean? Like in the
Well,
sense of
yeah, like worse for society. Tell me what atheists
well, I
are
wouldn't say I
doing.
won't say worse. Like I'm not saying they're going out doing evil. Like I'm not making that claim. But okay, for example, let's saying specifically charitable donations, right? To Saint's Cross, St. Peter's Cross, things like that, St. Jude's, whatever.
Well,
Right?
yeah,
yeah,
I'm not
atheists do
going.
those too.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
atheists.
that atheists don't donate, but per like individual in that demographic of people, it's more people that are more inclined to do these good things.
So Justin, let's say
Just
that you have
make
a
it up
town.
as you go. Yeah.
Let's say
All right, let
you
me
have a
be
town
submissive
of
since we're making it up.
well hold on, Justin. Let's say you have a town of 500 people, right? And let's say a good I don't know, about a good 35 a good 95% of those people are Christians. And let's say that a good 5%, we'll just classify them as other. You know what? No. Let's say they're atheists. Let's say that this town only has Christians or atheists. No other religions, just Christian and atheist. Let's say that the charitable works like across the board. Let's say that a good portion, let's say about a good about a good 85% is Christians, and a good 25% or look, sometimes math not mathing, 15% of that is atheist contributions, right? The way you were looking at this is saying that well, look, Christians are doing better because because of the fact that they're contributing more. Well, again, you are the majority of the people in the society. And the thing is that we have I helped participate a little bit in this thing where atheists had sent peanut butter to the children of Haiti or to the people of Haiti who were starving. This was a charity that was not done because of anything other than the fact that people wanted to give to the good of their hearts. I've seen that people do things. Hold on, sorry about that.
No problem.
Sorry about that. I've seen atheists do these things all over the place where they've contributed without the fear of God or without somebody trying to preach to someone else
Yeah, that's
about
fine.
it.
So even
So
if we break this down person to person, we can literally just see once again by the way it's an average person. Like let's say not even just one person. You take 1,000 people who are atheists versus 1,000 Christians. Out of those groups of people, who's going to be more likely to do things that are in service of other people? It's literally
Atheists.
atheists.
how.
Because the thing is that we understand that a great majority of atheists are secular humanists, and they understand that this is the one and only life we're given, that we have to do what it's necessary to protect the people of this life. Because if we don't, then we're just like, you're just doing bad. Like, we have to protect each other as much as possible. That's why whenever it comes to
Most
charity,
people are selfish.
the thing is that no, whenever it comes to people, like I've sat there and seen, like, I live in Texas, right? A few years back there was a horrendous hurricane that came by, Hurricane Harvey. It stayed in the Gulf for 3 days, just collecting strength before it shot onto landfall. There were children who were out there with their air mattresses, saving people's pets, their items, stuff. I seen people on horseback going and freeing horses. I saw people, and these weren't people who were doing it because they were like, oh, well, God's telling me to. No, they did it because it was necessary. This was something that they didn't have to do.
But the
They didn't need to
causation
do
doesn't
it.
matter. It's the result of what
But
was
that's
done.
but what I'm saying here is that this is something that people do. People aren't always selfish.
I'm not
The thing
claiming that
is
they're
yes,
always
people
selfish.
can be selfish, but for the most part, I would say that people want to do good for each other because that's what we do as a society.
I
We
agree
try to
with
do
you.
what's best for society.
I agree with you. But the thing is, there are a lot of things that, if we're going to use that logic, that there's a lot of things that people want but they don't do, or things that they'll have this step by step process to get what they want and still won't do the things that they know that they need to do.
Okay, can you show me these atheists that aren't doing those things? Can you show me a statistic? Can you show me anything other than you just asserting that Christians do it more?
Oh yeah. So while I'm doing that, I would ask for you to do the same thing because you've made the opposite insertion.
Yeah, per capita, I can do that.
Okay. So
While the host and Justin are looking these things up, I want to take this time to remind all you people there are 54 of you here on TikTok, and I'm not sure, Justin, how many are Joyful? How many are over there on the YouTube? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Last I checked, around 20, but I haven't checked in a minute.
Well, let's just say it's still 20. So out of the 55 people here on TikTok and the 20 over there on YouTube, make sure you keep liking the lives, because the thing is that it helps get it out to the algorithm and it gets more people in here, so that way we can have more discussions. Make sure you share it to all your friends, family, anybody who you think that would love to hear this. Or if you just dislike them and they're a believer and you just want to keep messing with them, send it to them too. They may request up and you may hear them get utterly destroyed, or they may even convince me that God is real. You never know. So make sure you do that. And yeah. So Justin, have you found the information you were looking for?
I'm still on the way, but I have the like a more of an average thing. So once again, would be the AI overview, and I implore you guys to search up the same thing that I searched up. But it says studies show that on average, religious individuals tend to donate more to charity, volunteer more time and charitable organizations, nonprofit organizations, than atheists. However, when religious affiliation is known, both religious individuals and atheists are more generous towards those who share their religious beliefs. So basically, people are more inclined to do things with people that already agree with them. But
Yeah,
generally speaking,
so hold on. What yours is saying is that they give to their churches. And because if you type in
Charities, church?
atheist versus Christian secular charity donations, atheists got the percentage.
charity is church.
Yeah, yes, that's a non-profit organization. It counts as charity. Yep. So any Christian that tithes,
Mhm.
of course, if you have people going to church and tithing every week and you have the majority being Christian, you're going to have more. But if you actually go to secular causes,
Mhm.
it is higher for atheists, 65 to 50%.
And as a quick
And what did you say, Phil?
cool down, We do have a question from the chat from Christ Before Jesus, who asks, "Does Joyful wear Crocs with socks?"
Only if I'm fishing in the wintertime.
What did you search
Fair.
up post when you?
Yeah, atheist versus Christian secular charitable donations, and this is from Philanthropy Roundtable.org.
Do you have the sample size as well?
Let me look.
And while you're looking that up,
Also,
I will
where
say
it's at as well.
While you're looking that up, I will say that
Can you tell me your sample size for what you quoted?
Are you talking about the AI overview or just what I'm just in?
Yeah, the AI overview would be great.
All right, let me have to open that tab back up. I just searched everything.
And while y'all are doing that, I want to say that I was on Christ Before Jesus' panel one day, or on his show one time, for a quick little kind of palate cleanser, just for him to almost immediately drop me. But no hard feelings towards Jaren. Jaren's good people, and he does really good lives. If you are out there and you see him in the chat there, just know that Christ Before Jesus holds the position that neither Jesus nor Paul existed. And if you catch him live, you can go up and question him. But this is our time, Joyful in my time, where we are discussing God does not exist. So, there we go. Have either one of y'all got y'all sample size?
I searched up and no, I didn't get a sample size. And I was searching up what you just were telling me. I said atheist versus Christian secular donations. Do you think that's a respectable search? What you were saying?
Secular donations. Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah. So what I'm getting is that when it says when religious affiliation is not a factor, atheists and religious individuals donate similar amounts. And then it goes on to say, atheists are less likely to volunteer for religious charities, but their involvement, but their involvement with secular charities is comparable.
Okay.
So I'm not once again I never claimed that atheists just walk around the world.
No, you claimed that Christians are way more likely to do it.
Well, yes, and that
you were
seems
wrong.
to be wrong.
So you can change it now if you'd like, but that's what your claim was.
Wait, hold on. It's just reading. What thing? I'm reading the I'm still reading this.
Which I don't really care. I'm just saying that just asserting that like Christians have some sort of moral high ground is just ignorant.
And I honestly don't understand.
No proof of it.
And I also don't understand how even let's you know what, I for the sake of this argument, I can even grant you that Christians may be more charitable. I don't understand how Christians being more charitable equals God exists.
Well, dealing with what you're just saying, like I will take back me saying that it's way more. It's still like as it's saying it's similar and comparable, so I'll take back the statement once again of me saying that it's way more. And then how that ties into it being the existence of God, we can like we're not because we're talking that type of thing, we're talking about donations to charities, whether it's church, non-secular things. There's also just the quality of a person, right? There's videos that go viral from like, let's say someone unalive someone's family member, and then that Christian family gives the person forgiveness that goes beyond like, whoa, like why would someone ever forgive someone that did that to your family member? Things like that. And they're claiming that they're only able to do it because of the peace that God gave them. That's obviously a complete contradiction to what we know as normal human behavior. If someone does you wrong,
yeah, and then
back to them.
Yeah, but people are conditioned. That's how conditioning people works. Their brain believes something, therefore they feel something. You see this with Muslim people. Muslim people do that too. Muslim people express great amounts of forgiveness um, that's outlandish, and they spread love. You see that with Buddhists. Buddhists, even though they don't believe in a god necessarily, they spread great amount of love and forgiveness. They're very peace-seeking people. That doesn't make their religion more true just because they are conditioned to act a certain way.
But when you look at the things that people do and what the things that the Bible tells us and teaches us, you see that that's one of the biggest reasons why Jesus even had the such a rave about him, right? He's saying things that no one's ever heard. He's saying things that are not that were basically
Okay.
Wait, Jesus was saying things that nobody's ever heard?
Let me read you a verse, and you tell me if this is something great Jesus taught that people should live by, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with Mark 7, but it starts off with the disciples not washing their hands, and the Pharisees come to Jesus and they're like, "Why are you letting them eat without washing their hands?"
Yeah.
And this is Jesus' reply. He says, "Isaiah was right when he prophesied about you hypocrites. As it is written, these people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. They worship me in vain. Their teachings are merely just human ritual."
Mm-hmm.
You have a great way of letting go of the commands that God has given, and you hold only to your own traditions.
Yeah.
And he continued, "You have a fine way of setting aside the commands of God in order to observe your own traditions. For Moses said, 'Honor your father and mother, and anyone who curses their father and mother shall be put to death.' But you say, if anyone declares that what might have been used to help their parents is Corban, which means devoted to God, then you no longer have them do anything for their father and mother." Yeah. So Jesus is rebuking them for not killing children that are disobedient and curse their parents, but rather they say, as long as you did things for your parents that were presented unto God, then you're fine. Do you think that's a good teaching Jesus gave?
Are you being genuine right now? Like this is seriously your
Jesus listed two. Hold on, Justin. What are the two commands Jesus is condemning them for neglecting?
Dishonoring your parents.
Yep.
And
not doing what to the kids that curse their parents?
Upholding the law.
Not doing what to the ones that curse their parents? Killing them. That's the law Jesus is upset that they're not upholding. Do you think it's a good thing that Jesus said they should be killing children that curse their parents?
Can we go to the scripture?
I just read it.
No, yep. I'm asking you for
Yeah, it's Mark 7. I already told you.
Well, my apologies. What could you say it again for me? Mark 7 what?
Mark 7, what I read was 6 through 12 or 13.
Would you like me to pull it up and read it in this narrator voice?
You can.
Hold on.
But the beginning of 7, the first few, is just about them being mad that the disciples are eating without washing their hands. And then you get to verse 6, and Jesus replies to them.
Yeah, he sits there and says, "You talk about not washing your hands, but you're not even unaliving the kids? Ha ha ha!
Yeah.
Fools."
All right, so yeah, here in verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anyone who speaks disrespectfully of father or mother must be put to death. But you say it is all right for people to say to their parents, "Sorry, I can't help you." May I say what I believe this verse is saying?
Okay, so we're going to go through step by step. Is Jesus condemning them for no longer killing kids that curse their parents? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then what are the 2 commands that he's condemning them for?
Substituting God's law for your tradition.
Which laws? Which laws, Justin? Let's be honest for a minute. Which laws are they switching out for their own human tradition?
To honor your father and mother.
And what else? I know you don't want to be honest. Let's be honest,
No,
Justin.
the result.
What is the other law that Jesus gives that they are neglecting?
That it says anyone who speaks disrespectfully of father or mother must be put to death.
Okay, so how is that not got Jesus saying that instead of their human traditions, they should be following this law?
Because verse 11 says, he says, but you say it is all right for people to say to their parents, and then he gives a line of something that is classified as disrespect. So, and it's talking about here the overriding once again of God's.
Wow, the lying
Justin.
that it takes to be a Christian.
Justin.
That's
Well,
crazy.
Justin, note. The thing is that what he's saying here is
I
that
understand what's being said.
the human tradition of the Pharisees now were to not unalive the children who are disrespectful, and he is condemning them for not unaliving the disrespectful children. Like whenever you kept on reading on, nowhere in there does it disregard the fact that he's saying that the law of God that they have stopped doing is the unaliving of children for being disrespectful. Now, the only thing you're doing here now is showing that this uncomfortable verse that you don't want to admit is him saying that. All you're doing is you are showing that this is being dishonest now. If you want to be honest about the scripture, and the thing is like, I love it when Christians are honest and they say, yeah, there's some really fucked up shit that happens in the Bible. I'm not like, it was fucked up then, it's fucked up now, it's never not been fucked up. But you have to get to that place of acceptance if you want to continue on having an honest dialogue with us.
So, may I respond now?
Mm-hmm.
So, once again, when I'm reading this, I have fully understood where you're coming from and what makes you say that. I have not rejected it. I didn't say you did something crazy. I understand why you're saying that. But when you go on to read verse 11, the thing that I believe makes this different is that it's showing that where it says, but you say it's all right for people to say to their parents, said disrespectful examples of things to say to your parents. It's showing that they have bypassed.
What Bible are you reading?
Verse 11.
No. Yeah, what Bible though? Because that's not in the Bible. What you're saying?
Are you reading from the NIV, the KJV,
No,
the NRSV,
the NLT maybe?
Well, yeah, right here's the NLTS.
Yeah. Okay. That's why. Okay. Regardless, is he saying that they should be following verse 11 or verse 10?
That's not the point that I was going to make.
It doesn't matter. Is he saying they should be following verse 11 or verse 10?
I'm trying to give my...
Is he saying...
I am answering
I'm just going to keep asking until you actually
question.
answer the question.
I'm literally answering your question, bro.
Alright, so verse 10 or verse 11? Which one are they supposed to be following?
He's responding to them in verse 10, but I'm saying that verse 11 gives a deeper understanding of what he is referring to.
What does it say after the disrespectful examples?
It says that
what does he say?
whosoever curseth father or mother, let him die the death. And that's quoting in Exodus.
So your explanation of him continuing on in verse 11.
How you can't tell me?
Yeah, but what? No, look, you said that in verse 11, he sits there and says, But then he continues saying, but you allow people to say, and he gives a list of examples of disrespectful things. And then I said, what does he say after those examples? And you say that they should be unalived. This is what we're talking about. Nothing in verse 11 contradicts
No, you see,
what he was saying.
this is exact. If you were to allow me to finish, what I was going to say, you'd at least be able to come more direct at what I was going to say. Like that. That's I don't know. That's not the point I was trying to make. Whatever you just finished saying, that's not what I was going to say. I am saying that in verse 10, when Jesus is saying this, and prefaced by the earlier scripture where I think it's 8, where it's talking about bypassing the Lord's instructions and laws and doing what they want to do. The reason I feel that we gain clarity in 11 is because he shows us that the main thing that's wrong here is that the thing that God told them not to do is now what they're okay with doing. So once again in 11 it shows us
What's the thing that they're not allowed to do?
they're not allowed to disrespect their parents. I'm with you, but follow me here. I'm saying that in 11
That's not at all what it's saying. You are dishonest,
disrespectful.
and I'm gonna move on. Justin, you can come back if you want to have a actual conversation, but I'm sick of the dishonesty. We can't engage with people that are just going to lie. The verse is very clear. You do not want it to be. You want to throw all of these things in the way to where it's kind of obscure, but no. Everybody knows what that verse says. Everybody. Jesus is condemning them. He says you worship him in vain because you follow human rules instead of the commands. And then he tells them the commands. He tells them the commands they're not following, but instead following their own stuff. When you want to be honest, you can come back on my show. Anyway, we have somebody over on Video Ninja Hammy, so you'll have to be muted up over here and talk through the Video Ninja. Holy. What? Hold on one second. Holy, are you with me? Holy?
Real quick, can I be heard over here?
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, Hammy.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. I was just curious. So I just want to make sure I understand your not thesis, but like your argument. Would you consider yourself like a pure atheist? Like there is no God, there's no transcendentals. It's just a purely materialistic world.
Yeah, I would say that I believe in a materialistic world.
So is there anything that exists that is not material?
It depends on what you mean by material.
So that which is like tangible, right? Like I could see it, or I could, measure it, kind of like a chair or something that is made up of atoms. I would consider being material.
I don't know what just happened there. So I believe that everything must be able to be, if you cannot physically study something, then it does not exist. So when I want to clarify though, just because we haven't found it yet does not make it, just because it hasn't been studied does not, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is if we were to find it, it would need to exist. Hammy, you'll probably have to shut off your mute the TikTok feed itself as well. I think that's what's happening there.
I did, but the thing is I can't hear him at all over here on Video Ninja.
My problem with the atheistic worldview is that I think that it does not give a proper justification for things that are transcendental, so things that exist outside the material world, like logic and reason and order. You can't give a justification for that as an atheist.
Yeah, they just don't exist. That's my justification.
So logic doesn't exist?
It does not exist outside of a mind, no.
It does not exist outside of a mind, so it exists within our own human mind.
Yep. It's something that we've come up with to make sense of the world around us.
Okay, so but it's a universal thing that we all agree
Yeah.
upon.
Just because we found something that works doesn't make it transcendental. It just means it works for the system in which we live.
So, but then can we? Okay, all right, that's fair. So I can see where you're coming from with that. So would you say that absolute truth exists?
Absolute. I think there are absolute truths, but that isn't a transcendental. That's just reality. Just the fact that reality exists doesn't mean it's transcendental. Reality is within reality. So absolute truth would comport with reality in which we know it.
Yeah, but all that to say that just that there are systems outside of ourselves that exist, and you can't give a purely material basis for them. I don't think that you can say that logic only exists within the human mind. I don't think
Prove to me that it exists anywhere else.
Well, the phrase if we didn't exist, if all humans died out, the phrase "there are no humans" would be logically true. Okay, so logic would still exist outside of us.
No, because there would be no mind to use the tool of logic.
Okay, but that phrase would still be true.
No, there wouldn't be any phrases. Words wouldn't exist without a human.
No, but that meaning would still exist.
Nope. There's no meaning without a mind.
But no,
can you show me the logical contradiction in what I'm saying, or not? Or are you just gonna keep making assertions?
No, I find that I don't know if you're being dishonest or you don't realize that that things exist outside of.
Show me the logical problem with what I'm saying. If there's a logical problem with what I'm saying,
you're saying that logic only exists within the human brain. You're saying that we all made it up inside of our brains. But I'm giving you an example of how it would still exist even if.
But it wouldn't, because there wouldn't be a mind there for logic to exist. Because logic is a concept we use, are concepts we use to understand the world around us. That's all it is.
So then logic can be whatever we want it to be.
Nope. Logic has to comport with reality. That's how we know that that it works, that science is something that, or logic is something that works because it does comport with reality.
Okay. How do you know that you...
Can you hear me?
What is your...
I can, yes, Hammy. Hold on one second. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Why you guys can't hear each other. Hold on. Keep talking for now.
No, that would be it. I mean, that's my main thing is that I find that there are things that if logic were purely mental, I feel like it would vary from person to person. But the fact that we have logical truths and that the fact that they are true no matter who thinks them, even if nobody thinks them, it would suggest that these laws are objective and not existing independently of our minds. I mean, they are existing independently of our minds. To say that we invented logic, I think that's dishonest, because I think that if I were to say, well, no, the up is down, you would say, no, that's not true. Or if I said A is both A and not A, you would say, no, that's not possible.
Can you hear him now, Hammy?
No, I don't even see him on the screen here. I just see you and me still.
Crap. Well, that sucks. We had different problems last time. Now we're having this problem. Give me 1 second, Holy, and we will, get back to it. I'm going through the settings, trying to see what... Here. Talk, Hammy.
Hello, can you hear me?
I don't really know if I want a 2v1. I kind of just like the 1v1. I think that's more fair.
Oh yeah, you can run.
I still can't hear.
All right.
I still can't hear him though.
Yeah, I don't know why, because I have it on guests can hear other guests, so I don't understand.
Can he try leaving and coming back?
Well, no, he said he wasn't going to do it once you.
Oh.
He thought you could hear him too. He said he wasn't doing a 2v1, and he ran.
Oh. Okay, well then I can just listen to him through the other one.
The silly thing is, though, is he saw that we were co-hosting together, and then he decided to come up. So I don't know what he thought.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
I don't know, buddy. I would never reject simply. Prophecies don't exist.
What's
No.
that? The two people are co-hosting? Yeah, I'll request that, but I don't want to do both of them. I just want to talk to one person.
I don't want to talk to them. All right, turn back on your mic for TikTok. Let me see here. Thank you guys for being here. Keep tapping them likes. I appreciate you. Are we at 123,000 likes right now? Does it say that on your screen as well?
It does. It says 123.1k
Damn,
likes.
guys, we have a half hour left, and you got me to 123 with a small group. I appreciate that so much, guys. Over there on YouTube, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all of the chatting, everything, even those of you that have been crying all night in the chat. Yeah, thank you for doing it, or being here. No, you said you weren't going to do it, so I'm not going to sit there and hear you cry about it being 2v1. You ran saying you weren't going to do it, so why would I keep you up if you say I am not going to talk to two people?
It says right there in his background, God does not exist. And then underneath it, co-host Hammy, which means that
Crazy.
there is going to be two people there.
It's crazy. Guys, we have a half hour left. It doesn't look like we have any more. If anybody wants to come up for Q&A, because the last half hour is usually supposed to be Q&A, if somebody still wants to come up and debate, we will take you, since we've been kind of low on takers tonight. We had a really good talk with Justin, I think, until the end, and God's, I think, was a good conversation about the LGBTQ, but
Yeah.
we just didn't have volume of people. And Justin was great until the end, just I can't do the dishonest thing.
Yeah. No, the thing is like I said, if you can sit there and admit that the text that you're reading from has fucked up shit in it, and you don't try to find a way to justify it by saying, well, you see, it's not actually fucked up if you look at it from this special, really, really weird way of looking at it, then, like, there's no way to have a conversation with you. It's like if I sit there and say, hey, actually, you know, the reason why the sky is blue is because of this, and you're like, nope, I think the sky is like neon pink. And it's like, what? Like, no, I can't have a conversation with you.
Right.
If you can't do that.
Q&A time. We aren't getting back into the debate.
Gotcha.
But yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
All right, so in line with what I'm talking to some of the people in the comment section about, what do you guys have to say about when the Bible says things such as the moon will rust away and be blood, like it'll be a color of blood, or when the Bible says that the rivers will turn red, right? And this is thousands of years ago, when that's not something scientifically that we were privy to knowing, right? Rivers turning blood red around the world, that's something that's been happening over the last few years. That is not just
It's
something
been
that takes
happening
place.
for a millennia.
The moon is the moon as well. So this is
Yes, blood moons have went back all the way back as far as astronomy has went. An astrologist wrote about it back before Jesus even came. Blood moons.
Thing is that blood moons are, like, as far as, like, if you look in like a person's lifetime, they're very rare in that span of time, but that doesn't mean they're actually like rare, right? So if there's a blood moon that occurs, people like they back then they may have seen it like maybe twice in their lifetime, right? Maybe even a little bit more. But that doesn't mean it was actually rare. It just meant that twice in somebody's lifetime they saw it. And so these would have been seen as these special things, and they would have given some kind of property to it. As far as rivers turning red, the thing is that where do we see, like, I'm not saying that you're lying about it, because I don't think you are, but where do we see
Red
rivers
algae.
turning red? Red algae? Oh, okay. So that's something that is naturally occurring,
Well, yeah.
and that these aren't like the water itself isn't actually red,
Well,
right?
that's when you're dealing with something such as someone claiming to have been taken to a location and witnessing something, that doesn't mean that it can't occur naturally. So dealing with right here what you just said, just because the prophet said that rivers will be blood red, that doesn't mean that there wasn't a naturally occurring red agent that made the river red. That doesn't disprove the fact that a red river was seen.
So the thing is that just because a red river is seen, if this is something that was naturally occurring, that means that they would have seen this before. But
It's being
if you're saying,
documented now because this is not something that just happens across the world. Multiple
so
rivers
are you
turning
saying
red.
that? Are you saying that out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, and in no other points in time of history, other than that one time the prophet saw it, or the now it occurring, that there has never been a single time throughout any history that water has appeared to be red?
No, I'm not saying that there isn't a singular river or maybe even, a lake of some sort of red tinged appearing water. The scripture that's being, it's in I think I'm pretty sure it's John, and it's in Revelation, where it's a prophetic vision where he's talking
If I
about.
dye a river red, like they do during St. Patty's Day, turning it green, if I dye a river red, does that mean that every time I dye it red, it's the end times?
That
That's
and
not the
what
point. That's
version
not the
says
point that I was going to make.
what version says blood red?
Well, it's just red, blood
That's
red.
not what it says. It says blood. They will turn into blood.
What's the color of blood, bro?
It doesn't matter. Is the color of blood turning into blood? Words have meanings.
Is everything in the Bible a literal
Words
thing?
have meaning. Words have meanings.
Is everything in the Bible a literal thing?
Okay, so maybe he's not talking about rivers at all here. You are inferring that because he says the word river, that it means rivers. I can infer then that when he says blood, it means blood. Same thing you're doing.
So you'd have to substantiate that with supporting arguments within the Bible that would
Right?
make
Show
it
me within supporting arguments within the Bible why this literally means rivers.
It's a prophetic vision of someone claiming to see something like with their eyes.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. He saw blood and he saw rivers. I'm saying the blood is actually blood. You're saying the rivers are actually rivers. You can't just pick and choose what's real and what's not. If one part of this verse is literal, then it's literal. You can't just say blood isn't literal but river is. That's not how this works. Words either mean what they mean or they don't.
So what about when we see in the story of Moses, where with the Egyptians and the rivers turning
into blood?
Yeah, at that moment in time.
Yep, they literally turned into blood according to the scripture.
So you're saying that in this prophetic vision, how do I know that it's not also blood, that where the river's supposed to be literal blood and not the color?
Yeah, because the Bible says the only time that the river turned into blood, it was literal blood. The only other point in the Bible.
Only other point in the Bible, and do you know what point that is, Justin?
Well, we just finished talking about Exodus, and we literally just finished talking about it.
Yeah, so the thing is when we're talking about Exodus and we're talking about these plagues that happen, that occur, and the Nile River, it becomes blood. Like, why is it that the unaliving of the firstborns and the locust and everything else was literal locusts and literal unaliving of children. But just this one time, just this one plague, it's not literal.
I'd say the context in which something is being discussed, because so once again the plagues are taking place. This is how could a plague be these metaphorical things when it's talking about what's taking place as punishment to the hardness of the
Correct. So you agree that the Exodus passage is a river of actual blood.
Yeah.
So, this is in the entire collection of books. This is the only time where, before Revelations, that this is discussed. And the thing is the writer of Revelation, or writers, well, this particular passage, the writer of Revelation, they would sit there and have known and had access to, hold on, my gain is way
But
too
do you
high.
not see how this is
They would have, hold on, let me finish. They would have had access to the Old Testament. They would have access to the stories of Exodus because they knew these, because most likely, like, some of these were Jewish writers.
Yeah.
And so they would have known these stories. So whenever, like, even if for shits and giggles, I can tell you that this person had a prophetic dream or a prophetic vision, and he's seeing these things.
Mm-hmm.
He would have said river of blood, and he would have meant river of blood, not river of blood-colored water.
The difference that I believe is here when we're dealing with the stories of the historical accounts of what took place in the story of Exodus versus a foretelling of something that will happen is in the very essence of that itself. There's one where you're documenting something that happened versus you're claiming to see something that will happen.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the thing is this... Oh, go ahead, Joey.
So could it be possibly, since the blood is figurative,
Yeah.
could it be possible that river doesn't actually mean river? It's talking about something different.
Possibly, yes. If there was something.
Okay, then
that
rivers
was found-
turning to blood is nonsense because we don't know that that's what the scripture is talking about. Do you have any other points?
Well, that would be up to you to substantiate. Like, if you're going to make the claim that it's not.
No, you have not substantiated that it's not actually talking about blood. So you would have to substantiate, because your claim is this prophecy is coming true. And
Okay,
this
so when you
prophecy
go
says, hold on, this prophecy says it's supposed to turn to blood. The rivers on the earth are supposed to turn to blood. Not just one or two. The rivers are poured into and they become blood. So you're going to have to substantiate how these certain rivers being a red color is the same as them becoming blood. Go.
When you go into verse 12, it says, "And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up." So I want to ask you guys, using, as we're just talking prophetic things, being that the happening of the Euphrates River drying up, that's not something that reoccurs over the course of time.
You're wrong again. You need to look into things. Euphrates River has dried up several times in the last 1,000 years.
Also, Joel reads. Hold on. Also,
that.
Joel. Hold on. Also, Joel reads Bible. Joel reads Bible. Makes a very, very important context here, because in what he said is in Revelation 16:3, it says, "And every living thing in the sea unalived." And so he's pondering, does everything unalive if it's algae? Because that's part of the prophecy, is that everything unalives in that river.
I'm not claiming
that everything
in what, the Euphrates?
In the one where the river turns red, in your idea that it turns red.
Mm-hmm.
The same prophecy talks about how in that river, in those rivers, all of the life that's in it unalives.
Okay.
And so if that is the case, then How is it that the red algae turning the water red, how is that unaliving everything in there?
Well, I'm not too certain of that. Like I didn't search up if the rivers that were turning red around, if all of the life in those rivers were,
And
gone.
as Joyful pointed out, it doesn't just say specific rivers; it says all rivers. So that means even the river that's close by my house, it should be turning red, and everything within it should be unalived. So, if that is the case, how is it that this, like, what makes you think that we're in the end times if only a select few rivers are turning red?
Well,
And
there's
those rivers
there's
most likely are not unaliving people
well
or
there
unaliving the animals in it.
there's when it comes to things such as prophecies, and we have the different time scales and trumpets and what will happen here and there and there. Not even when it gets into a specific, let's talk about, like, let's say when you're dealing with one trumpet and the things that should happen before the next trumpet that sounded, not all of those things in between those two trumpets happens at the same time. So that's one thing. And then
So
also,
real quick, Justin, real quick, I do want to. Do you know what makes a false prophet, biblically speaking? What if someone? How can you claim that someone's a false prophet?
if they're not in line with the Father Yahweh, like if the message that
No, no,
they're giving hasn't come from
that's not. That's not how you can tell if somebody's a false prophet. Biblically speaking, the way you know a false prophet is a false prophet is if they say that they've had a dream from Yahweh and this thing is to occur and it doesn't occur. And the thing is they believe that these things would happen in the lifetime of the prophet who says it. So future prophecies have to happen within the lifespan. If it doesn't happen in that specific lifespan, it is seen as a false prophecy, and they are then declared a false prophet.
But using that same
So,
logic, that's why the Pharisees rejected Jesus in the first place.
yes, because Jesus had even sat there and said that he was talking to his apostles, and there was a moment in time when he said that some of y'all will not taste unalivement until the Son of Man comes in the kingdom of his Father. So a lot of people sit there and say that this is talking about the second coming. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
So, if this is talking about the second coming, do you believe that some of those apostles who were there, who he was talking to at that moment, that they're still alive today?
I trust the Bible, so yes.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a man who is some people who are over 2,000 years old, and they're just walking around today like nobody knows about this.
Yes, due to the reality of that the Bible has had in my life, the lives of, I think, other people, and the
Okay.
So,
Justin, can you name me a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
as in,
Yeah, can you name one so that we can talk about it? Because Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
so he wasn't so in the Garden of Eden, when Yahweh was talking to Satan and saying that from this line, from this woman, there's a child that's going to come from this lineage and crush your head. And at the
Nope,
same
that's
time,
not what it says. It says it's going to crush his descendant's head, not him. You need to go back and read Genesis.
crush
yeah,
the
and the thing is
His descendants. Does Satan
whose
have
descendants?
Satan, or the serpent. It says her descendants will crush your descendants' heads.
and
what it
and
actually
your
says.
descendants will strike their heels,
Mhm.
their descendants' heels. So the thing is that this here, when you're talking about the Garden of Eden, a lot of y'all love to sit there and say that this is Satan, but it's just simply not. It's a serpent. It's a regular old everyday serpent.
Well, no, in the book of Revelation,
So
it says that.
yeah,
great
no, hold
dragon.
on. Whenever you read the actual book of Revelations, and you read it whenever it talks about Satan, and it says ye old serpent, Serpent is not capitalized; it is lowercased, and this lowercase s denotates that this is this is an insult. This is not a title. This is not a person. This is not anything like that. It is a insult, because serpents were seen as crafty and conniving and slithery and just slimy
No,
things.
but it
right?
says that in that same thing where it says "ye old serpent of old age," it says that there's the dragon. It says like
it's the dragon. So, do you think that it was a dragon that was in the Garden of Eden?
Well, no, I believe that was like the terminology.
So then, why are you bringing up the dragon?
Because that was something that the devil was referred to as.
Okay, Justin. Does Satan crawl around on his belly, eating dirt?
I would say that that's metaphorical.
Okay, so that's metaphorical.
The reason to say that is because...
Hold on. Is, do women have pain in childbearing because of their curse?
Yes.
Okay, so the other curses are not metaphorical. You see the problem here? Is every time you don't like something because it doesn't fit your narrative, it doesn't mean what it says.
When...
Do you not see how that's a bit dishonest, Justin?
I can understand how... Okay, so in the Bible, this is why it says that the things of the Bible are foolishness to those who don't believe. Right? Because as you just said, right?
Because words don't mean what words mean. You have to make it up as you go along. Yeah.
Yes, according
to you. That is foolishness.
Okay, yes, according to you, that's what that would be. So the reason there's the scripture that already addresses that is because without the Holy Spirit, you will not be able to differentiate what's a metaphor and what's a literal thing.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. So we'll go through something really quick.
With what you just asked me about the devil?
No, because you're being dishonest about that too.
No,
all right, so we're going to do one more thing. We're going to do one more thing. I'm going to ask you if this is true or false. In Hebrews 9:22, it says, "Indeed, under the law, almost everything is purified by blood, and in fact, without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sins." Yeah. Is this a true statement or is it a metaphor?
It's a true statement.
Okay, so when we go back to Leviticus, and you make, let me look, it's Leviticus 5, it says that you can there need not be blood sacrifice if you can't afford something that bleeds. You just present a tenth of an ephah of flour, and you will be forgiven of your sins.
Yeah.
So, is that a metaphor, or is that real?
That's real.
Okay, so one says that you can't be forgiven without the shedding of blood, and one says you can. So there's a part in your Bible where metaphors don't help you. It's just a contradiction. It's something that cannot be both true.
I see what you presented, and dealing with it being the Old Testament and then versus the New Testament.
No, that's what Hebrews is talking about. You can't use that cop-out either, because he's talking about in the law. He says in the law.
But we're
not...
So
he's talking about the Old Testament law.
Yeah, I'm granting that, I agree, but we're not under the law anymore.
No, yeah, you are. Matthew 5 says that you will be under the law until heaven and earth disappear.
It's not under the law as in the letter of like...
No, it is. Jesus talked... It says, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've not come to abolish them."
I'm familiar with that.
Yes. Statement. So what law is he talking about?
The law of Moses. So
then he goes on. Hold on.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so we're going to read the scripture. I know you don't want me to actually read the Bible because it's hard to weasel out once the Bible's read.
No, because you're cutting me off.
For truly, you're cutting me off reading your Bible.
Dude, I didn't
do not
my point.
Justin, it says
the Bible.
It says, "Do not suppose that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets." Hold on, Justin. You gotta let me finish it there, man.
That's crazy.
It says, "Do not suppose I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I did not come to abolish them, but to fulfill it. That not one letter, not one stroke of a letter, will be changed until heaven and earth have been done away with." So, with that being said, and it says that those who teach those who do the least of these and teach others to do the least will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But those who do the most and teach others to do them will be called greater in the kingdom of heaven.
Yes.
So, that being said, Justin, what part of it is saying that you do not have to follow the old law?
The way that we follow the old law is not the same exact way.
No, it
For
says you have
example,
to keep even the smallest of the laws.
Can I please
No,
finish?
because you are dishonest, Justin.
At least
I can't even handle listening to you because you start off with lies. I brought you back up, and all you do is start up with lies. It literally says you have to keep even the smallest of these commands. It literally says that, and you just say no. That's not what it means. If you're going to be honest, the problem is if words don't mean words, there's no point in having a conversation with you. No.
This is why I say most Christians are Paulines, because it was Paul who came by and said, hey, yeah, no, you don't have to follow the old law anymore. It wasn't Jesus who said that. Jesus never once said. Jesus, as a matter of fact, being a second temple Jew, would have never said, do not follow the law, the old law. Absolutely. It's not until Paul comes around where he said, yeah, Jesus unaliving on the cross for our sins means that we don't have to follow that law, those laws anymore.
You do have to follow those laws. That's literally what Jesus says. Unless you say Jesus was not right when he said you have to follow the laws or you will be least in the kingdom of heaven, the smallest of the laws. He says the smallest of these. So even the smallest of the Mosaic law, which is what we already established he was talking about. Why don't we? And in fact, when you go back to the Messianic prophecies, it says when Jesus comes, there will forever be people sacrificing animals for sin offerings. Forever. For all eternity, and it will never end.
Just so you know, the reason why we don't do it now is because the temple was destroyed. If the temple never was destroyed, then we would still be sacrificing today. That's the only reason why there are no more sacrifices. But if we built the temple again, then that just means that people are going to be like, look, it's the end of times now.
That's exactly
the third temple has been constructed.
But anyway, we are closing down, guys. We have 2 minutes left. Thank you so much. 123,000. We beat last time by 12,000 likes. But Hammy, thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry it wasn't very active tonight. We had more action the other night, but it was still fun. I felt like
sometimes
it was fun.
I think it was fun, but sometimes I think it's me. I think that maybe people might be scared of me.
Maybe that's what it is. The Christians are just scared of Hammy. And we have... Make sure, if you haven't followed Hammy yet and you are in here, make sure to follow him. And what else? Crystal J. Make sure to follow Crystal J both on TikTok. Just look up Crystal J. And on This Is Crystal J on YouTube. Make sure you're supporting her. Her channel is amazing. She is an amazing person. And we love her. She is always a part of this channel. Whether she's my co-host or not, she is a huge part of this channel and always will be. Love her so much. Guys, thank you. We will be back live Monday, and we will have Tiny Smaws with us Monday. And hopefully we'll get a little better turnout. We will see.
Hopefully. Tiny is really good people, too.
Oh, I love Tiny. And then I have Lobes after that. And then it's Volcy and Benny doing it. I won't even be here.
But don't worry. If you are out there and you sit there and say that you want to see me up here again, don't worry. I'll be back. But unlike Jesus, it won't take me over 2,000 years to return.
Yeah, hit me up closer to September, and we'll try to set up a day in September where you can come
Sounds
back.
good.
All right, man. Love you. Have a good night. All you out there, all you beautiful people, thank you for the support. YouTube, you guys are awesome. Your support as mods are amazing. you're all amazing. Tiny, we will see you Monday. Just came into the TikTok. We will see you Monday, and we will hopefully have some good conversations. Yep. I am outie.